Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Lee Gray toka ingoa. Ko tāku mahi ko te karahi mō CATE New Zealand. Welcome to the first Gateway Online Conference. We have had over 200 registrations. It's fantastic to hear that many of you have organised a gathering, have come together to watch the conference. Please join me in the following karakia to start the conference. Whakataka te hao ki te ura. Whakataka te hao ki te tonga, kia mākinakina kia uta, kia mataratara ki tai. E hui, ākia, ana te atakura, he tio, he hukia, he hahu, ti hei Māori ora. I hope today will allow you time to focus on Gateway, understand different government initiatives and how they impact Gateway now and in the future. Gather ideas from experienced practitioners on implementing the Gateway program and reflect on your practice. This conference came from the feedback after last November's CATE conference and the need to provide targeted PD to members within the Gateway program. Before we start, and for you to get the best speaker experience for the conference, please click on the top right-hand speaker. This ensures that you are able to see and spotlight the speakers, and please ensure all the microphones are turned off. The program starts with a presentation from TEC. In May this year, a survey was sent out. The survey was designed to communicate members' concerns to TEC. CATE and CDANS want to ensure the Gateway program remains fit for purpose and sustainable for schools. TEC will talk more about where we're at as a response to the survey and discussions we have had alongside CDANS. Thank you to all of you that have, and the members who have filled out the Gateway survey. At 10 a.m, we'll meet Rachel from Business New Zealand to understand the labour market and the future of work. After the morning tea break, we have representatives from the two of the 6 newly developed workforce development councils. With the reform of vocational education, industry training organisations will look different to what we've seen them in the past. Tia and her team will update us on how these came about, who they represent, and how they will work with schools. Looking at today's program design and timings, we've had to take out the presentation of the happenstance theory, as the time allocated does not give justice to the theory. We want to ensure you have sufficient time in the breakout rooms to work with the speakers and also to be able to connect. I'll run a series of webinars later in the year focusing on different career theories. In place of this, I will go through the Gateway resources on the CATE website in the member resource section. We are keen to develop this further, so first we want to make you aware of what is already on the website and would appreciate feedback on what else we could add to support you in the work that you do. After lunch, we will listen to several presentations from different practitioners in different schools around New Zealand. Also included, after lunch, we will be looking at the different presentations from different people. Also included in this section is a presentation on embedding employment skills into the Gateway program through YIP, information about the Wilsford Gateway management software and how to navigate the TEC workspace. After the presentations, you can select a breakout room with more informal Q&A. Finally, we have 3 very experienced practitioners on our Gateway panel who will be there to answer your questions and talk about what works in their school. With the presentations this morning and the panel this afternoon, you can ask questions through Slido platform. The event password is Gateway22. Kirsten, the Secretary of Kate Nelson, will be compiling these and passing them on to me. Thank you, Kirsten, for your time today. If there are more questions that we have time for, I will send these to the presenters and collate responses. The online Gateway conference will be recorded, excluding the breakout rooms. These recordings will be sent out in the newsletter that will go out early next week. As most of you know, Gateway was designed to strengthen the pathway for Year 11-13 students to progress from school to workplace learning. The purpose was to provide students with structured workplace learning across various industries and businesses. At the same time, allowing students to continue to study at school. The key benefits seen for Gateway program to the student are hands-on practical learning to continue to study its hands-on practical learning that could lead to nationally recognised qualifications, the opportunity to develop employability and work-ready skills, build student work experience, and to make successful transitions from school to work or further training and education. Gateway's been in schools since its pilot in 2001, and the schools recognise it as one of the government's most successful programs. Now it's time to review Gateway as we enter the vocational education reform and experience a world that has been significantly affected by the COVID pandemic. To date, the Gateway model and funding have remained primarily the same. Going forward, we must ensure that the Gateway's purpose remains clear and is measured by outcomes that reflects its positive impact on students. The focus should be on developing employability skills, assisting students to be work ready, and the opportunity to experience what a particular pathway might look like, rather than credit harvesting. When we hear from employers, we hear the importance of work ready skills. Very few ask about what specific credits students have achieved. While researching for this conference, I came across the 2013 PPTA review on STAR and Gateway. The idea of increasing credits from 10 to 20 credits was signalled. However, the report shows that members did not support the increase. The main reasons are the same concerns we face today. There was concern that increasing the required credits from 10 to 20 would put more emphasis on academic achievement and take the focus off the experience Gateway offers and the possible employment outcomes. There were also concerns that with Gateway students in the workplace 1 day per week, or the equivalent of what is 20% of their total school time, this leaves them less time with other subjects and does not necessarily acknowledge the work-based skills they are learning. 20 credits is reasonable on paper, but can be difficult to achieve operationally. Regardless of the concerns, the 20 credit average was introduced. Today, schools work hard to achieve the measurable outcome through different school-based on-site and off-site courses and standards. However, many schools struggle to meet the credit requirements, especially in this environment, and lose funding for the following year. This means reduced Gateway places allocated and students missing out. The value of Gateway is in the experience it provides and the skills developed. Questions we as Gateway teachers and coordinators grapple with are why apprenticeships and employments are not seen as positive outcomes of the program, and why some schools are heavily penalised if students leave with full-time employment before completing the 20 credit requirement. Why has funding not increased when costs of resources, transportation and wages have? And who monitors the units of work available to the schools from the ITOs and the cost of these units, which are around $500 per student? What is the key benefit to our students, and is this value for money? And where is the quality control? To answer some of the questions and talk about where TEC is heading with Gateway is Jay Stiles, Manager Customer Contact Group, Denise Kerr, Team Leader of the Customer Contact Group, and Heather Liu, Senior Relationship Managers. Welcome, Denise, Jay, and Heather. So we're just waiting for Denise and Jay and Heather to come into and online. As we're going through the presentation, if you could use the Slido platform and put your questions, that would be fantastic, and we'll answer them at the end of the presentation.
Mute. So you're muted. Yeah. Sorry, you're unmuted now. Okay. So you can hear people. Right. Do you want to be muted?
Oh, yeah, I just want to hear people.
You can't hear them.
So I need to.
Welcome, Denise, Jay, and Heather. We need, yeah, thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Here it is. So
If I can hear them, that's all I need to know.
We do a sound check.
Can you hear me?
You can hear us now all the way from Wellington. Hopefully. Had a little bit of a technical problem there this morning, but we figured it out. We've got 3 very clever people here in the room. So it's wonderful to join you all here this morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be part of this wonderful conference today. Thank you to Lee and the members to actually to invite us as well, which is super exciting. I'd like to introduce our team that are going to be here representing TEC this morning. So my name is Denise Kerr, so kia ora everyone, morena, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Denise Takawingawa, he karati tima aho, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. So my name is Denise Kerr, I'm one of the relationship team leaders here at TEC, or commonly known as Tertiary Education Commission, and I represent a wonderful team at our CCG level, which is our customer contact group. I have a team of approximately 12 relationship advisors and senior advisors in that space, and we certainly work wonderfully together around our stakeholders with TEC as well. For me, on a personal note, I've come in from a different organisation. I've come in from the aviation world for 18 years, where I held positions with Air New Zealand, and then recently came in about 2 years into the education system, which I absolutely love and adore. I'm going to hand it over to Heather, who is one of our senior advisors here in the relationship team as well. And we'll welcome in Heather. Over to you, Heather.
Yeah, tēnā koutou. Ko Heather tukunga nigoa, ko kaito hutuhoa, hongoa matua, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. And my name is Heather, and I'm the senior relationship advisor in CCG. And a lot of questions coming to me and coming to our team as about Gateway. It's very honored to I feel very honored to be in this meeting. And my background is I was a teacher in China and also New Zealand for more than 20 years. And but I think most of the time in New Zealand as an English teacher in quite a lot of language school, and happy to know everyone here. Thank you. And I will just let Jay, our group manager, to talk with you now.
Morena, te whānau o ko Ngāti Whiki me Ngāti Hamoa, te iwi o uku tipuro ahau ko Tamaki Makaurau ahau. Ko kai whakahaere ropo hoapa kiritaki I rātanga I te amarangi mātauranga mātua ahau ko Buitawhili Pepe, Jay Stowers tuku ingoa, tēnā koutou katoa. Morning everyone, hi, my name is Jay Stowers. I am the manager for the customer contact group, so we have about 53 staff in that team, and Denise's team lead a lot of the way around our gateway space. My background is probably 15 years in banking in 3 different countries, in New Zealand, Australia, and also posted into the Pacific, into Samoa as head of retail at ANZ. I also have a background in community. I have a real strong interest in Gateway. I have a nephew who came home probably about at the beginning of February after we moved to Wellington. So I've only been in Wellington since October and in this role. And in February he came home, maybe even March, and he said, "Auntie, I'm joining this Gateway program. Do you know anything about it?" And I went, I think our team look after that. Why don't you tell me a little bit more? So I have a really big interest in this space and looking forward to helping move some of the insights that you've shared with us along. So I'm going to hand back to Denise. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for allowing us a minute to talk. Really appreciate that. Thanks, Lee.
All right, back to me. So we had the wonderful work, we worked together in the last couple of weeks to come up with a wonderful presentation to really represent the Gateway program that we have here at the Tertiary Education Commission. Now, I know we've had a lot of questions that have been coming through on our internal, your internal survey, which we really value, and I want to really thank you on behalf of the CCG team, that the time that you've put into that and also the insights that we got out of it. I'm going to now share the presentation with you that we've come together with.
Please talk about yourselves.
Yeah.
you see that?
You will see that.
Yes, that's great.
What screen can you see? What's the heading?
We can see the overview.
Fantastic. Right, so over to me. We just wanted to recap on sort of the overview with Gateway that we run here, first of all. So you'll see there on the screen, the overview, we talk about the Gateway rewards unit standards to unit standards to our learners or your learners, which does contribute towards the 6 vocational pathways, which I'm sure you are all aware of. But I know we do have some new, probably Gateway coordinators in the room. So we just wanted to quickly recap on that. And obviously that then aligns with our NCA completion and our NZQF or NZQA qualification. And also just a quick overview of the flexibility to ensure our learners are centric and with that minimum achievement of 20 credits. Now we're going to go into that more in depth as we move through our presentation. But I'm sure you kind of, you know in this space here that the Gateway students are enrolled with your schools as early as possible in the year. And we do know that some of those challenges that have occurred over the past 3 years, but we are going to recap on that, what we are doing at the moment and where we are going in that space. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. Gosh, hang on a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Hang on. There we go. I'm handing this over to Heather, which you've got a headline of where are we at. So this is really good information that we've gathered and would like to share with you with the sector online as well.
Okay. Yes. So firstly, we would like to acknowledge the hard work you have done in the last 3 years. It's a very hard time, and we understand. But from here we just have a look on what we have got up to now, and we have the 2 graphs here. Graph one is the Gateway funding allocation, and that is from 2016 to 2022 up to now, how much funding we give to the Gateway allocated. And you can see it's like a steadily increase on the funding. And in 2022, and we have total 389 schools fund, plus the 3 TPU, the teen parents unit. And the 2022, the funding has up to 20.87 million. And that is up to now is the very highest one. And also for the learner, the hard work from your side, the learner place in 2021 is 13,912. And we know that it's a hard time, but I think we still did very well. And we have the graph 2, is the data for the total learner place from 2016 to 2021. And we can see there's some drop in 2020 because of the COVID, but other years looks it's all very good, gradually growing on the places. And thank you so much for your hard work on that. This is what we at the moment. And I will give it to the next slides to Denise again, and she could talk about the reporting.
But before we go any further, we do need to just recap on the reporting and why that is really important as we move through. Now, we all know that the Gateway actuals are due tomorrow, being the 29th of July. And so far we've had 61% of the actual reporting coming through. So I'm just going to bring up the next slide, and I'm sure, you know, probably online, if I say, can you put your hand up who has actually submitted your Gateway report? there's probably quite a few online, but we just really want to be really transparent in this space that Gateway actual reporting for your actuals have to be submitted by the tomorrow being the 29th of July. Now, we'll go into that a little bit more of if anyone needs any help in that space, because we are so here to help you. So just getting on to the reporting, obviously we all know that everything's available in your workspace too. And if you don't have any access to that, I know some of the schools that last year, for instance, didn't have the login details. Again, we're here to help, but that needs to come from MOE. And then just a bullet point there, the Gateway reporting obviously is due one tomorrow, and then the other one is due actually the end of December. And then we've got another report that's due in February. We'll go on a little bit more on why we need to do that and the why and the how. But yeah, we can move a bit further into that. So basically, without this information, it's really, really hard to make future decisions, you know, around or even support the schools in this space. I know some of the schools were really worried about the percentage mark of 75% and whether that was the threshold, should they still report or not. Really important that you are still reporting that, but again, we'll go into some of that space and communicate that more as we move through the slides as well.
We see there's a few questions. I wonder if this next slide might help.
Yeah. So we did talk with TC and our stakeholders here. We do want to run what we call an online webinar, and that will be around supporting our Gateway coordinators in this space around how to actually submit your actual reports, how to get into Workspace 2, offering this on a regular basis. So we kind of pitch this more at the webinar be offered June, which is obviously before your reporting in July. And, you know, early December or November, we're open to those dates. Feedback's a gift. So, you know, we can work around those dates that are more suitable to the school themselves. And then we can take you through a walk around for an hour and a half, like really playing with it. We can get that all up to speed for you as well. So again, we just put some notes here. Obviously, you'll link back to Kate or CDANS around if you are interested in that. We will certainly be able to, accommodate that and support you in that space, because we know that sometimes this reporting, changing in Gateway coordinators and just the change in environment, we certainly want to be on board with that. So we're open to suggestions in that space. So we're moving on to the next part that we want to talk about, and that is going to be moving forward, which is the key thing that we've kind of captured in 3 stages. I'm going to hand it over to Jay, who has the wealth of knowledge in that space, and we'll
Oh, that's very generous. A nice wealth of knowledge. Hey, listen, I know that you have the wealth of knowledge, but what we're doing in the background is we have set up regular meetings with Kate and CDANS to make sure that we're getting some insights and making sure that we're aware of what's happening in the field, and particularly at our forefront, and where any pain may be felt. So we just wanted to go forward, just quickly capture what are we working on, what happened this year, after we've looked at the past 6 years as an example. And we know that this year we're looking at, 2022, we rolled over the funding for 21. We looked at that credit achievement and took a piece of that into account. We have just had those ongoing discussions and the additional funding requests. So we've had a look at all of those. For 2023, we know that the funding will roll over again. For 2022 funding will roll over around the credit achievement. So just in case you are new, so that means that when we looked at rolling over the funding, this time we didn't take into account the schools for 2021 who had an average credit achievement per learner measure. So normally we do, but this time, hey, we know we're all in that COVID space. So that's the change, recognising the impact of COVID on the Gateway learners. So as a result, schools would not have had their indicative allocations reduced because even though there may have been a low credit achievement in 2021. That's really good because my nephew, don't know if I actually mentioned this, but he's in at Wellington College this year, had been out of custom boys last year in Auckland, and he is year 13, so he's gone through that year 11, year 12, year 13 COVID space, and he went from an accelerated stream to not doing so hot. So I understand your pain personally.
Hey, just before we move on, I think this is probably a good point to answer this question because we may lose it because I will do most of the questions at the end. But it's around us. Tara's just asking, what does funding rolled over mean?
So what you had in 21, we rolled over into 22. We didn't take into account, normally we take into account that achievements hadn't occurred in the credit achievements. Sorry, I'm gonna not make a mess of this and hand to Heather so she gets the words right.
Yeah, because as you know, from previous like 2020, 2021 funding allocation methodology, we will need to look at both on the delivery volume and also the credit achievement to see if you achieve the 20 credits above. But for 2022 and 2023 indicative allocation, we just roll over the funding from the previous year. So 2022, we roll over the funding from 2021 if you have that same funding for 2021. In 2023, the same, we roll over the 2022 funding to 2023.
So we know there's been pain because of COVID, but we don't want to disincentivize anyone unnecessarily until, we know a little bit more. So hopefully that will help. We've also, a couple of things in, sorry, did that answer that question, Lee?
Yes, thank you. We may come at the end, we'll talk a little bit about the wash up, which is linked to that, but we'll wait for your presentation. I won't interrupt you again, and we'll wait to the questions at the end.
Hey, you'll be pleased to know we've grabbed all those questions you've sent through so far. So we want to reward those people who sent through the early questions and answer those in the presentation. This is probably one of the last slides we have on us, and then we're rolling through to the questions. Probably got about 2 more, and then that is us. Is that correct? No, this is the last slide from us, and then we're straight into questions. So we're answering all the insights. So we can share that more, if that helps. A couple of things that we're working on as a result of the survey, the monthly discussions we're having with CDANCE and CATE. We are now looking at how we can align the Gateway with other TEC funds and the other TEC outcomes, but also how can we make some changes to the indicative allocations and the allocation, the final allocations. And the big one for me too is how can we make some changes to the recovery approaches. So we're talking through that now. There's no promises for the 2022, but definitely we're trying to get it in place for, fingers crossed, 2023. A couple more things we're doing too is still using those insights. So thank you for your feedback. We're hearing the messages strong, loud and clear, and we have some really good people at the table for you who are representing you really well and keeping us honest. Some of the changes we can do here with TEC, we have the power to, but some of them we have to go to the mothership, to Ministry of Education and get and work through a few things with them. So we know that the recent Foundation Education Review is out now and working through that and how that Gateway links into that too. And if there's some changes with MOE are making around the Foundation Education Review, then how do we make sure that Gateway is front of mind there? Now, let's go into our questions, and we've got a really nice exercise plan for you. Right, so how about for these ones, I'll ask Heather the questions, and she's our gun, and she's going to answer the questions. So, and I'll try and, as much as possible from my lessons from CATE and CDANCE, channel CATE and CDANCE. Okay, so Heather, will TEC ever acknowledge the contact increase in costs in our Gateway funding? Due to the increased cost of resources of Gateway students, petrol, yeah. Will there be an increase in Gateway funding for schools?
Yeah, actually the Gateway budget size is determined by MOE, Ministry of Education, and the minister via the budget process. So TEC is just doing the operational side. We are currently working with other part of TEC and they are in contact with MOE to share this concerns on it.
I can, sorry, now I'm out of my CDANCE and CATE channeling, but I did have a meeting with policy yesterday, and they said we are meeting regularly with them, and I said we've got to get this organised. It's not good enough. Cool. Okay, what's our next one, Heather?
Yeah, okay. But if you have any question, could you put into the chat, and we can collect all this question if we can answer, we cannot answer today. Okay.
Well done. Now, Heather. All right.
Me. Okay, Heather. So will funding be added per student to ensure schools have capability to access a range of programs for students?
Yeah, as part of our current work in Gateway space, we are looking at how we could change the rate structure within the confine of the budget we set. So, and we'll continue to communicate any updates to CATE and CDANCE in looking at different rate mode that better support schools. It's on the way, but it's still working on that.
And I can also add to that as well. As Jay has mentioned, we are really moving with our stakeholder engagement. As we said, we're meeting regularly with CATE and CDANCE, but as Jay has mentioned too, ops policy, operation policy, and also our funding, our fund specialist team here at TEC. So we're really taking on board those insights that have come through and really mapping out what we can do in this space. So you have been heard, and as Jay has mentioned, it's very close to me as well, the Gateway program. So, yeah. So next one.
So, Heather, a substantial increase in funding is essential, we agree, to enable schools to deliver a quality program, to pay for resources, PPE, transport, equipment for students, pay for non-teaching staff. Is this likely to happen?
As I mentioned before, MOE control the budget, and as a part of engagement with MOE, we will raise these concerns with MOE, and we are unable to speak to the likelihood of the funding change at the moment.
Right.
Yeah. So next.
Reporting. So this is the one that I need some help with, Heather. So I'm really interested to hear about the progress made to change the way schools are funded for Gateway. We are currently penalised for students who transition to work partway through their Gateway placement and don't gain their 20 credits prior to leaving. I would like to see some other success measurements rather than just the 20 credits.
Yeah, it's a great question. Actually, we heard from you. We are actively pursuing change in the way in which we use credit achievement data, and possible changes will reduce the emphasis on the credits achievement, and solely work placement as a definition of delivery have occurred. And we will continue to engage with the sector on any changes.
Okay, and again, we just mirror what Jay and I have said before. We're certainly working with our other partners at TEC, and you know, from your survey, from the insights that you gathered, you know, and sent through to us, Lee from CATE and Heather and Cherie, those conversations are really gold. And as we've mentioned, we're taking that back through. So yeah.
Hey, is there a set number of days that students must complete for work experience?
No, there's no minimum number of days for Gateway placement, but we expect Gateway placement to be a sustained program of learning long enough for enable the learner to achieve the unit standards.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, thanks for that.
Yeah.
And then if a student does multiple Gateway work placements in a year, and then why can't I just load both placements?
Yeah, just please note the Gateway funding was allocated based on learner place. Actually, it's learner numbers. And so we shouldn't have the duplicate numbers for one student. And so the actual report you need to report to us only require the latest work placement for the individual learners. Yeah.
Oh. That's interesting. Hey, look. Sometimes the students are unable to attend a work placement in term time due to their academic course. I like to place them during school holidays so it doesn't take them away from class. If this work falls in July holidays, that student placement is not counted in the 75% of places that need to be filled to avoid penalties for future program or funding numbers. Could TEC please consider including July school holidays within the cutoff period for this KPI?
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. We have looked at this and agree what you said. It's simple, the cutoff date for the first report. July school holiday placement can be counted in the second report. So that is the end of year report. We still will count it by the end of the year. By including it in the second report, this will count towards the full year gateway reporting. That is the final report we will look at. And we can help you there. And if you have any concern or if you have any thought on that, contact us. Remember to keep us informed through on-time reporting.
Okay.
And then we're up to monitoring. So has there been discussions around what a fair measure of outcomes is? Credits, hours at work, placement, employment, and or apprenticeships, especially when credits has most subjects have reduced the number of credits required in a course and focus. Need to focus on quality, not quantity. Recommendations from the survey was that TEC/MOE either reduce number of credits or increase the funding. We're trying. So hard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. We acknowledge feedback from the internal survey and will engage further with the sector once we have some more information to share from the MOE and other stakeholders.
Yeah, that particular, sorry, can we go back?
Previous?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, this particular space is one we're actually quite passionate about. Heather and
Archie.
Heather and Archie are working quite hard in this space, and just want to make sure that we've got the information right. So we'll come back to CNATS and Kate and work closely with them around this space. We're hearing that message. Particularly, we agree, overlaid with the COVID space and sickness levels, which are really unusual this year. So we're just trying to get some more traction in this space. But once we have some more information to share, you would have seen it in our moving forward slide that this is one of the areas that we want to have a look at, really, reducing the number of credits and trying to see if we can increase funding as well.
Let's go to the next question.
So, but where is the support for our personal TEC Gateway Advisor that each school is supposed to be assigned? In our recent cluster meeting, only one person out of 14 present knew who their assigned contact person was. Why is TEC not being the driver of the situation and liaising with actual gateway coordinators and introducing themselves as the POC assigned to that school?
At the moment, all our relationship advisors on the phone, email, and web chat are fully trained to support our gateway providers. So we have moved away from that model to ensure that no matter what channel or who is available, you will get support and transparent across the customer contact group.
So what that means is we all know that we've had sickness. Now, our customer contact group has actually 25% sickness at the moment, and it's been a rolling 25% sickness for the last 3 months. Probably 3 months. Now, what that means is we're short. If your relationship manager was one of those people who was sick, you wouldn't have had that support. So what we're trying to do is actually have a far more cohesive and responsive approach for our schools, where when you call or contact us on any of those channels, that we have anyone can answer those questions for you, so that you are not stranded waiting for Jay to come back to work because she's sick, then she was at home looking after a parent, then she was at home looking after a child, and then got sick again, right? So we want to make sure that we have that covered as much as possible.
Yeah, let's go to the next one. It's a hot topic.
Yeah, COVID. Are we going to get hammered this year in regards to funding if we could not get student placements because of COVID?
It's a good question, and we are actively looking at this issue and intend to provide further information in the near future. Yeah.
Yeah, we know it's a challenge for us. We know it's a challenge for you, and we know it's a challenge for our students. We know this because it's in our families. We have our students, you know, regularly studying from home. If there's a household incident with COVID at all, or anyone is falling sick. So we're keen to follow this up and see what is our position on COVID. We will keep you updated through our meetings.
Lee, do you want to have a little bit of pause? Because these are still the questions that came through, obviously via yourself. There's questions that went out to the sector and came back. Do you want to have a little bit of pause and maybe answer some that are fresh online, or would you like us to keep continuing?
Yeah, because a lot of the ones that are coming through are being answered,
Okay.
Which is great. I think maybe, how many more slides have you got?
Got two more?
Two more.
Yeah, I think we'll go through these. So some of these are important, I think, and then that will give. We've only got to 11 o'clock, but I will also send the questions to you that we don't get through. But there are a lot of them. Probably the key ones that are coming through about reporting and certainly about the credits and things, which we've kind of we've had a look at. So I'll come back to you after the next 2 slides.
Will the webinar be helpful for reporting, Lee?
Yes, I think so, but I think some of the questions are quite quick ones. You know, they're just ones for you to consider. Yeah, just ones that are to be considered, really.
Because what we might try and do too, Lee, is to stay transparent. We might, through the webinars, continue answering questions. So we've got questions answered, and you can see that happening too, if we don't get to them all today. And just quick time check, it's 10 o'clock, isn't it?
We've got till 10 o'clock, yeah.
Not 11. Cool.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Yeah, no problem.
I'm going to continue on. Okay, so this is around the COVID and the gateway. So it's pretty obvious that schools are struggling with staffing, and that students away sick are struggling to really catch up. The flow-on effect for Gateway is that students are not keen to go out on placements, and business and industries are struggling as well. So placements are not really readily available, or plans are made for a placement, but they are kept being deferred by the employer. So why is TEC, you know, not recognising the stress for the Gateway coordinators by being proactive, by saying we acknowledge this is going to be another tough year, so placement and credits will not affect next year's funding? Do what you can, and if you do not meet the threshold, then that is okay. You will not have funding cuts. Why has not been any consideration given to the TEC requirements for Gateway over the past 2 years due to the impact of COVID?
Yeah, we know it's extremely difficult across the country in many sectors, not only schools at the moment due to the COVID and other winter illness. And COVID has had a consistent impact on delivery. So TEC did not recover funding from school in 2020 as the funding guarantee agreed by Minister. And the 2022 and 2023 indicative allocation methodology, as I mentioned before, how we calculate funding did not use the credit achievement performance data from COVID impact years.
Yeah, so probably one more thing to add to that was the rolling over of the funding. So the funding was rolled over, and that's really key. So we did do a few things in that space. We'll come back to you. This is also really important to us, because learner-centric and learners making it through the program is what we're all passionate about. So we are working hard in this space to find out, what is our response to the sector around COVID, impact of COVID, particularly for schools. Now we know that MOE did a release yesterday, and we also want to make sure that we are working in line with MOE in that space, and we're dovetailing into that really smartly. So that release was into South Auckland. So we're keen to make sure that we are also in that space. Okay, so are there any changes planned for Gateway in context of Rove in the future? And if so, what are they and what do they look like?
Yeah, not at the moment, because the role is currently focused on level 3 tertiary funding and has no change on the foundation education funding yet.
Oh, that's right, because does it sit in level 1 to 2?
Yes, it's a foundation education.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing changed in level 1 to 2.
Yeah.
Hey, now back into my CATE and CDATS channeling. Hey, well, NCEA unit standards currently offered and assessed by PTEs within the Gateway program, will they continue to be NZQA assessed in the future?
But I think this is question may need to check with NZQA, because that is the accreditation organization. But please note that Gateway training cannot be run by a PTE as in the Gateway handbook.
Oh,
yeah.
Do you know, I didn't know that. It's only schools, right?
Yes, school and working place. The most important Gateway funding is to help the student have the working experience.
Yeah.
So Karen, back to me. Can Gateway funding be utilised for the Trades Academy students? If not, what are the reasons for this restrictions?
Yeah, it's a good question, but Trade Academy is a different funding with Gateway, and Trade Academy is funded by Ministry of Education, and it has the specific requirements, and one of the restrictions is on that. And Gateway funding is for the school student to get working experience, as I said, and the purpose for the two funds are very different. Yeah.
Okay, so you and I really want to know the answer to this, right? Clearly, we're Indigenous to other countries. So why are international school students not eligible for Gateway funding? Do you think it would be possible to give schools a limited number of Gateway funding for international students?
Sorry, and any kind of the TEC funding is only for the domestic students. So it's not for international student. Yeah.
That's not really fair. Yeah, it is. And it is because it's New Zealand money from New Zealand government for New Zealand students. Don't worry, Heather and I, clearly we're not Indigenous to New Zealand, and we also would like to see how that could support, but it's the same as if I went into Australia or into any other countries. Some of those extras are not funded for non-Australian or non-domestic students.
Thank you.
That was the last of our questions. The record.
Okay, so
try and stop sharing our screen so we can come back to you.
So thank you very much for that presentation and for acknowledging those questions, because I think it's really important that we acknowledge the survey and that we're working towards what things might look like. Just to start off, and I think that's been answered on the chat, but there was a few people who are new to Gateway who didn't understand what Rove was. So Rove is the Reform of Vocational Education, which is one of the government association initiatives. Starting with the report, these are just statements that have come through, and it says by submitted, does TEC mean a validated report? So people are asking whether wording can be changed to say whether the report has been accepted, because I know myself, years ago, and with a number of other people, when you first do it and you submit it, you don't know whether or not that has been accepted. So people are wondering whether or not there can be acknowledgement of that report.
And let's go through that in the webinar, right? So we're going to have the webinar and walk through that with anyone who's thinking, is that submitted? Yeah, it definitely is valid. It's got to be valid. Yeah.
Okay, and when will that webinar be held, do you think?
We want to work with you and talk about when. If you want one now, we'll run one next week.
Okay, so I'll work with you and get some feedback. So yeah, indications on the chat would be awesome about when you would like to, when is the best time for you to be able to be available for a webinar to go through some of these issues a little bit more.
Sorry, can I answer that as well? I think also, as we talked about in the presentation, really, really key to communicate with us, that if you have any issues, that to phone us, email, or web chat, because, you know, as we said, all our CCG advisors are trained in that space. So we're here to help before we actually do the webinar, but also after the webinar, absolutely here to help as well.
Do you think it's better that those questions come through to someone like myself, that so they can be collated?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, whatever works best for you and for the members, but just wondering whether or not it's a good idea to sort of have that rather than a whole lot of different individual people.
Yep.
I just wonder if that's best, and then we can collate those. There's been a number of questions or statements, probably more statements, is that people agree that the funding has been rolled over, in the fact that people, if they were allocated 22 students one year, that's been rolled over to 22 the following year. But what about the wash up that took thousands off many schools? People are really confused on that, you know, so yes, there was that acknowledgement. And I think the key thing that a lot of members are feeling that they weren't supported, and the fact that with a lot of COVID different situations that have been, most people are putting up their hands saying, how can we help you? Whereas we found that wash up has really disadvantaged many schools in the fact that they haven't been able to offer those places because they are in deficit, because they had to pay back so much money this year. So that is a bit of a statement, I suppose, and something we really want TUC consider going forward, because this year is probably worse than last year, is the feedback that I'm getting. It's you know, already I've been emailed by schools who have said that on the first day of term this year, they had 10 teachers who were away. And so, you know, it's quite chaotic, and you know, we're all about well-being and looking after people and wanting to reduce stress. So we really urge you to consider how difficult it has been in schools this year and around that wash up. I've got questions being fired at me, and I realise we've only got 6 minutes, so I'll try to get through as many of them. So we're just wanting confirmation that when you say that there are no minimum work placement days, because we've been always under the impression that we would need to do around 10, and that was a measurable outcome. So are you saying that it really is the credits? That is the outcome where funding may be taken off schools?
Yeah, yes. So I think before 2016, before we change part of the policy, there's a minimum requirement for the 10 days. But if you look at the handbook at the moment, we have removed that part, and because we want to make sure we have the flexibility to give to the school that they can have the sustainable program to support the student on the workplace. So we removed that minimum workplace mandate.
That was updated last year, wasn't it? The handbook.
The handbook update
2021?
2020, I think 2020. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, so it's yeah, so that will relieve some schools, and yeah, as we say, we're still working on the credit allocation, because, you know, from all of us, from where we stand, the gold is in the experience. Somebody here has said it would be great if ethnicity required in TUC matched the ethnicities used in KMA. We use a lot of different systems, so if they can connect so that they do not need to be translated. So it's about picking up their information. Also too, around that,
Lee,
somebody
could you
was...
explain that a little bit more?
Pardon?
Could you explain that one a little bit more?
So KMA is the student management systems that a majority of schools use, and so all the student information data is on that. So we have to load all the ethnicity information, and people are asking whether or not, you know, it's kind of like what we're trying to do now with get the language the same. So it's the same language that we're using, so people aren't having to redo and just extra work. But there's another really good question around here, around do we know the participation rate of Māori on the Gateway and the success of their placements?
I'm going to say it is likely we do know the number, but it would take us a little minute to find the numbers. Are you happy for us to come back with that, to you with that?
Yeah, that would be great if you could do that, and where people can find that. I'm not quite sure where to start. There is lots and lots of questions here.
How about let's take our top two in the next 2 minutes and then allow you to hand back.
Yeah, and then I'll get Kirsten to pile them all together and I'll send them through, and then after your response I will send them out to members. So when will we be sent our indicative funding for 2023 letter, and will this be in the workplace too or Ngā Kite? I've looked in both places and have not seen it yet.
The indicative allocation for 2023 as last year is on the Ngā Kite already. So if they can go to my performance and allocation and click on summary and filter on 2023, and they can see their school's indicative allocation.
Lee, if someone still cannot find that, can you please add that to the list and we will give them a call and walk them through that.
Urgently. If you want to send me a quick email, I'll follow that one up if need be.
Okay. Thank you.
And if these let's throw them all on the same one.
So another one that's been passed to me is, what do you mean the PTA can't provide training? So, there are a number of, this is a discussion that we've had with you previous, is that there are a lot of people who know we've got funding in Schools for Gateway and know that we've got a 20 credit achievement to hit, and so provide a lot of different courses. So how can, so there probably are PTAs that are out there providing the training. So we just wanted to know, sorry, someone, if you could mic, please, I can hear. So it's around clarifying the rules around school subcontracting a PTA to support them with the delivery of Gateway credits.
He just said that he's got like.
I mentioned before, the Gateway on the handbook, it's stated it's for the
maybe you're putting someone else, but apparently yesterday Wednesday did it.
I think we're both getting that interference.
Yeah, somebody's got their mic on. If they could please turn that off, I would really appreciate that.
And we're really conscious that we're close to time. Would you like us to try and answer this one? As our or do you want to send that through to us?
Yeah, we can give you the answer by writing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to move on to Rachel because she's waiting in the background. So, yeah, I'd love to get, we've got piles of questions here, and I promise members I will collate them, send them off to the team at TSC and get those responses. So thank you very much, Jay, Denise and Heather, for your time today. I really encourage you to be part of the conference today to understand the program. We've got some fantastic presentations from very experienced career practitioners after lunch. And I think that that it would be great to see, I know you've talked about the contact centre and that it's a lot of phone and web chat, but every once in a while it would be fantastic to see some of those people actually be in a school and to talk with the students, to be part of a Gateway classroom and to reach out to the career coordinators, the Gateway coordinators, because I think that we will get to have a better understanding of the work that we do. Because there's lots of positives. Often in things like this, we are focusing on the negative part of it, but as I said in the introduction, Gateway is the best initiative that's ever come out of government and schools, in my opinion. And we're going to hear some good news stories later on, but and you've got your own children that I know that have been part of that program. There's very few people that I know who really understand the program and have been through it that don't agree with that statement.
Thank you for the invitation. I think that is a great idea. I'd like to circle our staff around to the different schools and take up that opportunity. Unfortunately, we can't take the opportunity to join the conference today. We had accepted another conference invitation that we're heading to straight after this, but please, can you keep us on the invitation list for this? Because we would love to send probably a group of 3, 4, maybe even 5 staff to the national conference each year. I think that, or whenever they are held. I think that's a really great opportunity for us to upskill our knowledge on what's happening on the front line and bring other parts of the business with us who hold the pen on different decisions, and they too can help us gain traction for increase into this area. Thank you once again. I know we're over time now.
Matiwa.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to working alongside you.
Thanks, Lee.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Kia pai tōna.
Bye.
Just before we move on to the next presentation, I just want to assure you that I'm meeting with the mothership, as they called it, MOE, in the next couple of weeks to talk and understand who actually looks after Gateway in the Ministry of Education, because Gateway sits between TUC and the Ministry of Education, and sometimes it's very difficult to know who is in charge of what. And I think we've heard that the credit allocation, we need that from the MOE as well. So I'll be working hard over the next few weeks to try and find the right person to talk to and to ensure that we continue that conversation. So our next presentation is from Rachel Simpson from Business New Zealand. Rachel will give us an insight into what's going on in the labour market. Having access to reliable information about the local and national labour market is vital to inform reliable information about the local and national labour market, and also about the jobs, career paths, and assist young people in their whānau in making informed choices about future study and training. So welcome, Rachel.
Kia ora koutou, no mai haere mai to Business New Zealand. My name's Rachel Simpson. I'm the Manager for Education, Skills and Immigration at Business New Zealand. And I'd like to thank Lee and Britta and the team for inviting me along today to talk to you about what's going on in the labour market and hopefully some opportunities. So, what is going on? I'll just start off with covering a bit about Business New Zealand. So we have a range of affiliate organisations ranging from EMA in Auckland down to Employers Southland, as well as things like Buy New Zealand Made. Across the entire network, we cover about 76,000 employers and businesses. Our job is to try and get the right environment for business to thrive. So we do this through a range of things, including research activities. So you may have seen things like the Primary Manufacturing Index and Services Index on the news. So we do that. We also work internationally with the likes of the International Labour Organisation and the OECD to represent the New Zealand business voice. So another one of our work programs is also thinking about what the future of work is going to look like. This is a tripartite piece of work that we do with the government and the unions, and that's really about looking at creating more adaptive and resilient institutions, raising workplace productivity and wages, having a responsive skills system, helping workers find and keep decent jobs, and protecting vulnerable workers. That's a big policy way of thinking about how the labour market is going to change and what the workforce supply challenge is going to look like in the future. So, what is going on with the labour market? So at the moment, skills and people are the biggest pain points for business. This is covered in the news just about every day, but every region, every industry at the moment has got skill shortages. When we think about our business demographics in New Zealand, although we have a majority of workers in major companies, actually we have a lot of small businesses. They make up about 96% of the business community. We also have a challenge in that the careers and education system isn't responding that well to the labour market signals. And by that, that's identified by things like the fact that we have a really big skills mismatch in the labour market, which is where people are either overqualified, underqualified or unqualified for their jobs. If we can get that skills matching a bit better, then that will help with productivity. So, record low unemployment, that's the headline figure at the moment. So we're at what most people would consider maximum sustainable employment at the moment at 3.2%. That's incredibly low unemployment, and we've been there for quite a while now. So it's incredibly tight in the labour market. So the good news is it's great for young people. They're finding it easier to find jobs, and they're also being paid more. We're seeing wage inflation come through for young people at a pace that's reasonably steady.
Excuse me, Rachel.
The other thing is that the opportunities right there for young people that might be looking to enter the labour market or get work experience, there are lots of opportunities there. Resoundingly, the feedback that we get from business is that they want employability skills or enterprise skills as the #1 priority, and they can train for any technical skills that they need on the job. But that also creates some challenges. So the skill shortages at the moment are creating real capacity constraints to train. Put very simply, if you don't have enough senior staff working for you, then you don't have the people there to be able to mentor and supervise your younger members. So we're seeing this play out in a few different ways in terms of how companies are trying to deal with the skill shortages. One is that firms are having to reduce their hours and productivity at the moment. So that might mean cutting a shift at a factory, having to close an extra day a week. With the skill shortages being across the board, not just at entry level, but at higher levels as well, that issue around having supervisory staff to support workplace training and those opportunities is a real challenge for firms at the moment. What we do know is that cost pressures are creating huge stress for business. Everybody's talking about inflation right now. Now, if you're a business and you're having to buy stuff at the moment, that's getting very, very expensive, including your wage costs. The other thing is we're obviously still in an environment of really big uncertainty around the global environment. New Zealand is an export nation. A lot of our companies are trading internationally, so that's always going to be something on the top of people's minds. So when we look at the education system and how's our workforce supply stuff going, there are some red flags in the system at the moment that we're a little bit concerned about. So one is obviously the COVID impacts. We're seeing retention rates in school incredibly low. I think this morning it was that less than half of the kids have been attending in term one. That's a really big red flag if those kids aren't going to school. We also know that there's resilience issues with increasing mental health issues coming through in young people, and also family pressures in terms of what's happening to other members of the family at this time as well. Also seeing a decline in what we'd call the foundation measures, literacy, numeracy and digital skills. This is a long-term thing. We've seen the government trying to address it with changes to MCA and the literacy and numeracy standards. However, that's something which is really fundamental to making sure that we set up a future workforce that's confident with learning. The other red flag at the moment is the state of the education reforms. Obviously, the COVID disruptions has created quite a few headaches in terms of thinking about how to affect the change in the education system. So the vocational education reforms and NCA are really critical to get right to make sure that we have the workforce supply we need in the future. The other thing we're quite mindful of is we have a really tired and stretched teaching workforce. We have a shortage of teachers. They are not unaffected by the skill shortages, and that doesn't necessarily create the best environment for learning. But it's not all bad news. There are some green shoots as well. So at the moment, and hopefully this is particularly relevant to the Gateway crews, apprenticeship numbers are high. They're really high. So the apprenticeship boost has driven lots of people into apprenticeships. We think it's a good example of how industry, government and education can partner with each other. The only thing around this is it's not young people going into apprenticeships. By and large, it's that 25 to 35-year-old cohort, so it's career changers or people who are coming into those jobs later in life. The other good thing is I think we've all gotten reasonably comfortable with the online thing now, so there's an increased access and utilisation of online learning and tools. Now, that helps unleash educational opportunities. However, we also obviously still need the human touch, so it's finding out how we actually bring the best of both worlds into that. And the other thing is the community support. This is really the backbone of education. I see a lot of firms who are still very committed to being able to give young people opportunity. Often it's because somebody gave them a shot. So making sure that we have really good community networks and we can do things on a local level, that stuff is still working quite well. So what are the opportunities here? When I think about Gateway and the work experiences that it gives young people, one of the things we think about is around intentional learning. Gateway isn't about just necessarily sending a child in for work experience. It's actually about thinking, how do you tie that into a package of learning? How do you make it contextualised to what they're doing in the classroom? How do you make it relevant to that person? So thinking about how does Gateway connect in with work opportunities and coherent learning packages? The same, we're also thinking about and applying the same lens as an employer. So the best way to sell Gateway and to get buy-in from employers for Gateway is actually by putting forward good calibre candidates. So I'd encourage people to think about how do you apply an employer's lens to a young person and help get them up to the point where they can confidently walk into a job, because that employer will tell other employers that it's a good thing to do. The other thing is we've got to have a creative approach to thinking about how do we maintain engagement in education or work. So we talk a little bit about the NEETs in New Zealand, those not engaged in education, employment or training. That's where we don't want kids to end up, because it's much harder for them to get back into something, and Gateway is a really good opportunity to step them into a work environment and help ease that transition. And the demand is there. So if you're looking for companies, this is some survey results that was run in the last month out of Auckland. It covered about 330 companies. 100% of respondents had vacancies to fill. Now, those are going to be all different skill vacancies. They're not all entry level, but the demand is absolutely there at the moment to be able to provide work opportunities to people. 38% of those companies surveyed had been advertising those vacancies for over 6 months. So this is quite a deeply entrenched skill shortage issue that we've got at the moment. And probably quite tellingly, and keep in mind this goes across all employees, not just young people, but 53% of respondents said that the applicants were lacking in work readiness skills. So this isn't the technical skills for the job. This is the good stuff around turning up to work, having a positive attitude, and all of those enterprise skills that we talk about. About 20% of employers also noted that the respondents lacked literacy and numeracy skills. Now, we know the impact of that in terms of knocking people's confidence, in terms of their productivity in the workplace, so it really is one of those key issues that we need to get on top of. So when we're thinking about that big picture of the labour market and the workforce, it's useful to keep in mind what exactly it looks like. This big blue section at the moment is unskilled workers, which is about 40% in our workforce. Now, that goes up into the highly skilled category. This is based on job classification data. So a lot of people are going to look at vocational careers, and it's a really great option for them in terms of sitting in this middle section. Obviously, that old chestnut around breaking the myth that university is the only way you succeed in life is an ongoing challenge for everybody. But it's useful just to keep in mind that there's only a small proportion of our workforce that are actually working in those top tiers. So I mentioned before that youth engagement and employment is looking good. These are some figures in terms of looking at what the employment rates for, in particular, the 15 to 24 year group. We're seeing on an annual basis that's gone up 7.6% and nearly 5% when you average it out over 2 years. The second column here is around seasonal employment, but that's great. More people are getting into work, they're getting paid more, there are more opportunities for young people, and that's really the takeaway to take from this. I've talked about the skill shortages. That, to be honest, is just an issue that isn't going to go away, but we also need to be thinking about what that future state looks like. So that means thinking about things like the impacts of the gig economy. How do you balance traditional employment with desire for flexibility, particularly in this environment? Where we have growth industries, if you think about primary industries and aged care, they've always had skill shortages and they're really hard to staff. So that is something we're going to have to keep making an ongoing effort to try and fix. And the other thing is just thinking about how do we have continuity through change. There's a lot on the policy work program at the moment in Wellington. We're seeing changes to our immigration system, to our welfare system, and obviously to our education system. We really need all three of those to interface in a coherent way so that we have good workforce supply for companies. So, thinking a bit about that future state, the future of work is coming. Most predictions are looking at more but different types of jobs. So overall, if you look forward out to 2030, this forecast puts about 180,000 extra jobs into the economy. Now, keep in mind, nobody has a crystal ball, so these are all best guesses, but actually we can have a pretty good sense around what type of industries are going to be growing and what types are going to be in decline. So, like I say, best guesses, and I'll circulate this PowerPoint afterwards in the report if you'd like to read it. But it does indicate that we're going to have to change the way that we train skills in the workforce, and particularly with their eye on digital skills, with companies moving towards more automation. So what do businesses tell us, particularly around education interactions? The human touch is important. A lot of this stuff comes down to good relationships and actually understanding what businesses need, particularly when they're operating in a really stressed environment at the moment. So have a chat with your local businesses, find out what it is they need, rather than necessarily trying to push particular arrangements onto them, because at the moment there's just not a lot of capacity to necessarily be flexible. How you present to them, the kids that you present for their work experience, that interaction absolutely informs what their view of is to how the system is performing as a whole. So I'd encourage you all to be your best ambassadors for getting young people into employment. And just noting that the future of work is now. We're already seeing really big churn in the labour market, increased automation, moves towards robotics. We've got to make sure that young people are prepared for those kind of changes in the workforce and what they're going to be ready for. We know what makes a difference, so I'm not going to canvass this again. Building enterprise skills, relevant employment, and an optimistic mindset. We all know that this is the stuff that can help young people make that effective transition to education or further employment. So, we are a policy shop at Business New Zealand in terms of thinking about what we think needs to change to help support that workforce supply. Ideally rethinking our skills system with business and learners at the heart of it. That is the intent of the vocational education reforms. But ideally, we really need to have the customer focus on this, because it's businesses and the gateway kids that make the magic happen. We do need to challenge some of that underlying infrastructure. We probably can't canvass it here, but we do have some views around the funding arrangements for Gateway and thinking about how do you recognise a positive outcome for individuals. And the other thing is building aspiration and opportunity. So at the moment, best intentions, we do end up inadvertently streaming some people into areas that they may not necessarily be interested in or have aptitude for. So actually making sure that there's opportunities across vocational and academic pathways, giving them a taste of the workplace, giving them an experience that they can use to help inform their future career decisions. That's the beauty of the Gateway program. So with that, I'll leave it there. I think we're going to a Q&A now. Thank you for your time and happy to take questions.
Welcome, Rachel. Fantastic to see you in person. And we're looking forward to, I'm just going to reiterate to the members that I will send out the presentation recording, plus I'll get the slides in the report that you mentioned that we can send out as well. So we've got a number of questions rolling in. So yeah, that was a very informative session, and I think that it raised a number of questions for us. So one of the first ones was, when you say work ready skills, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. So the enterprise skills, and I'll just kind of caveat this by saying I've worked around the education sector for quite a long time, and it is one of those long-standing issues. It is kind of that basic human interaction stuff. So turning up to work on time, having a positive attitude, having good communication skills, being a good team player. It's all the stuff that I don't like the term soft skills. I think enterprise skills is a much better term for it. But at the moment, particularly in this environment where businesses are really stressed, somebody not showing up for work means that actually they have to close their doors for the day. That's really how tight the labour market is at the moment. So being reliable, that's a really big one. Now, obviously these are building the type of kind of work attitudes and values that they're going to carry through their entire life. So if we can get people into those habits early, then actually that's gonna hold them in good stead for a very long time.
I mean, we too see these are critical and, you know, really try hard to embed them in our programs for Gateway students. You know, and we're also trying to get the MOE to recognise that it's not just a Gateway student thing, that employability skills should be embedded in the curriculum as a whole. And reported in some way that you can generally, rather than a record of learning just being about the credits that somebody achieves, but maybe also signaling some of those employability skills that people have really mastered, and that is an acknowledgement to employer. Is it in order to do that, we would love your support and support from the business community. That is how we want to drive the curriculum. So that's just a little bit off to the side, because, again, we also recognise that, and there's been a little bit of conversation on the chat around the calibre of students when you talked about that, because it is very difficult to know until you put someone into workspace what that's going to look like. And I know myself, if I was a little bit cautious around somebody, or maybe I wasn't convinced that they were ready, it was about doing some things to make, to try and embed those employability skills, but also to be really frank with the employer and say, I don't know how this is going to go. I want to give this person a chance, an opportunity. Can we do a trial for, 1 or 2 days? And let's just see how that goes. So I think that sometimes is because we can't always guarantee what their students will be, but we're very aware that we don't want to muck around employers as well.
Oh yeah, I think there's scope here to think about how do we make sure that, and when I talk about calibre, I'll just also caveat this by saying I'm an eternal optimist. I think everybody can eventually find their place in something that some employment that is well suited to them, but often it's a really difficult way for them to get there. So in terms of having that conversation with the employer, actually having a sense around what are the kind of tasks and functions that they're going to be doing on work experience, and working out, is there scope to be able to give a bit of a taster to that? Because, I've been lucky enough to work in some of the frontline education stuff, and I'm sure everybody on the call has had that experience of seeing a child who isn't having a good time in the classroom absolutely flourish when they get into the right environment with the support of them.
Absolutely.
And that's the magic stuff that is very hard to monitor in terms of policy and what the Ministry of Education looks like. But when you have that combination, then that's the magic sauce that really can make sure that they go on to have long and prosperous careers. And the transformation, when I say that is the transformation stuff that you see in education. They walk taller. A bit of responsibility is actually can actually be really good for these kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that on Facebook, I think last week we popped something up from Zurich, which was around that, how valuable, part-time work experience is for young people to, really grow and develop their skills. Another mention has come in, and this is more about the comment that you made around career education not responding. How was this measured by Business New Zealand? And then what are your suggestions on how we can respond?
Yeah, sure. So I must admit, the last 2 years has really been very squarely focused on the skill shortage issues that we're encountering. So my portfolio and what I work on goes across all of the labour market supply stuff. So obviously education, but we also look at immigration and what's going on with the welfare system. So where we've ended up now, partly is by virtue of the fact that usually we'd get about 200,000 workers through the borders on temporary work visas a year, and we haven't had that for 2 years. So in terms of looking across all of those channels, you're now seeing that impact flow through into education, and I note that somebody in the comments commented on it as well. We need the senior people in those organisations to be able to create those experiences for younger people, because they do require more intense interaction and supervision. If you have a highly stressed employer that is literally just trying to keep the lights on, that doesn't create a great experience for somebody in terms of their first taster of employment. So we're trying to take quite a holistic view across all of this around how do you meet the skill shortage challenge and make sure there are opportunities there for young people. And personally, I think Gateway is a great thing, but the devil is in the detail always, in terms of you have really different approaches across the system. Some of it works amazingly, some of it doesn't work so well. So we survey a lot, and obviously we go out and talk to businesses a lot. The survey results at the moment, all of them just show a really high level of frustration around being able to get people, not just in terms of the people, but actually getting that skills match that we need. So in the labour market, we have about a 40% skills mismatch. So people are either underqualified, overqualified, or completely unqualified for the roles that we're doing. So actually, that's the stuff that makes employment sticky as well, is when people are training or getting that work experience, that they can actually see the relevance and the context of that in terms of where it can go with the next job, or how it can be applied in their skills, or it sparks, you know, curiosity that is going to hold them in good stead in terms of, you know, being confident to continue learning throughout their careers. Because I think that's the big thing. You touched on the automation and robotics stuff, and that's happening at pace at the moment, and part of that is the response to the skills shortage. I mean, this is a great example of it, right? In terms of, we've all had to get very familiar with Zoom. So, you know, the number of job changes that people are going to have over the ones that are entering the labour market now is going to be significantly more than what any of us have experienced to date. And being able to keep up with that technology, being confident in terms of, you know, being able to actually learn new things is going to be critically important. So having that first interaction in the workplace be a critical one, because that's what will help shape their views towards work and employment.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I agree. Yeah, no, that's great. And I think this is a good segue from there. It's around, you know, like I've seen it in my own kids, where I've seen some organisations do fantastic, what I would call career development. You know, a lot of these companies have got human resources and things, but not many of them do human career development. And so, you know, and we assume young people can recognise their strengths and their skills and know where they need, you know, when we're talking about skills matches, about the skills that they need to develop, or even recognising some of the skills that they really have. So have you seen any good examples of career development in business with young people? You know, with such low employment, we're seeing a huge, people just leaving jobs if they're not happy, or they're not acknowledged, or they don't feel supported. You know, so have you seen any good examples of business mapping opportunities for young people, sitting down with them at the beginning and saying, yes, you know, you'll be sweeping floors for the next 6 weeks, and then, you know, if you do well at that, then we're going to do this and we're going to do that. You know, like I just wonder how much, you know, because in my personal opinion, is that's where we're going to have to go if we want to hold on to these kids and actually develop these skills. Someone has to sit alongside them. There needs to be better pastoral support for them, because we're talking about a different generation than those that are probably employing the students.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these challenges are going to be even bigger in the years to come for employers, because nobody can fully anticipate the fallout from the last 2 years and the disruption that we've had. But obviously we know that, you know, the need for social interaction, particularly for young people, not just in terms of being in the classroom, but with their peers as well. And you know, this is really quite extraordinary times. And an educated guest would say that we're going to see the impacts of this in terms of our future workforce for a number of years. And the thing that is worrying me at the moment is where the kids are. So we've seen that obviously the absentee rates in education are quite high. Now, when you boil down a lot of this stuff, keeping them engaged in something is really the aim of the game here. In terms of companies, everybody is trying to attract people at the moment. I think the message has gone out loud and clear that you have to make efforts to attract people into your company and have a much longer term view, also because we're seeing really high turnover and churn in the labour market. So probably quite understandably, you know, people, after the last couple of years, people are deciding to change jobs, and we're seeing a lot of movement in terms of people deciding to give something new. So for the young people, there are some programs that I've seen that work really, really well, and they have that magic sauce in them where they have a super enthusiastic person who gets the young ones, and they also can bring in the employers. So with the apprenticeship, which ideally Gateway acts as a bit of a feeder for, you know, pay rises will be tied to each step of the qualification or program that they're going through. So over a 4-year period, you have employers who have set really clear benchmarks around not just where the performance needs to be in terms of their learning and their contribution to the company, but also, you know, there is a very clear financial reward there for the person in terms of helping to incentivize that learning on the job. Now that's pretty common across a lot of the apprenticeship programs, I think. You know, so where you have that combination of where you can tie, you know, their progression in the workplace. The Defence Force run a great program, for example, where they to get more women into engineering, where they go up to Whanuapai, I think, and they rip apart a plane and put it together as a summer holidays program. If you don't know about it, please reach out to Rebecca. I'm sure she'd be happy to share the information. But it gives them a taster, it gives them a space to be able to explore and learn with that future eye. And the trick here is around the continuity and the follow-up from the companies, because how do you turn somebody who comes in for a taster program into a long-term employee? So actually it requires that building of a relationship and that repeat engagement rather than just a one-off burst. Now, if you have a one-off burst and actually you realize that a child has no interest in this area and has no aptitude for it, then great, at least they've been able to explore that option. But actually fostering that relationship and thinking, what is the next step after the Gateway program in terms of the opportunities that this person can have? And that might be stepping into full-time employment. So I think just touching on the policy issue, at the moment, our education system doesn't recognise employment as a positive outcome when it absolutely is for a number of people who are at that point where they're transitioning. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff, but I think one of the big challenges is there's nothing that really brings us together from a national level. And, you know, we can do some work with our kind of business organisations as well in terms of having business capability grow and having those connections between the businesses to share their best practice stuff around how to get people into the works, because employers are not teachers. You know, when we often have the situation where business and education speak different languages, even though they're talking about the same thing. So if you're talking about credits, they're thinking about skills, you know, and so it's working through how do we actually bring that stuff together.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the points we tried to get across to the TC, you know, around the Gateway program, which is very heavily measured by credits at the moment. So we're really advocating, and we would love your support to advocate that we get acknowledgement for employment and apprenticeships, because at the moment we actually are penalised if students get a full-time job, because more often than not they haven't got the 20 credit average that they need to achieve, and so that puts more pressure on the remaining students. And sometimes, you know, especially in this labour market at the moment, kids are going into gateway places and getting snappled up and not coming back to school. So you know, if they're any good, they're gone. And yeah, so it would be fantastic, and we maybe talk about that a little bit later on. I've got another question that's just come in here. Would love to see these employers' contact skills to say that there are jobs for our students, and how do we make this happen? Because often what we do, it's you know, students come to us, they say what kind of work that they would like to do, and then we place them. But, you know, it would be great too that we understood within a community where the opportunities were, and that then we could advertise those gateway places, or we could make them known to students in whānau that those places were available and had supportive businesses working with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And acknowledging that, you know, we all have to work with what we've got. The kind of work opportunities you've got if you're sitting in Auckland, for example, are going to be very different from the work opportunities available if you're sitting in Te Awamutu. And I think that's where the creative approach and actually building those relationships. So when we're thinking about that skills stuff, I really like the work that the Foundation for Young Australians did. I know that TEC had a crack at replicating some of that stuff as well, in terms of thinking about, you know, there are certain aptitudes that people have and that can be applied to a range of jobs. So I think the data from that study showed that when you train for a job, you train for about 13 other roles as well. So because somebody might want to work in a service or people-facing role, actually have they thought about, I'll give aged care a plug here because we're desperately short of aged care workers. Have they thought about, for example, health industry stuff that still provides that human interaction piece? Because I think that, you know, over a number of years, the careers data and research all shows, you know, you don't know what you don't know. You can't expect the person sitting in Te Awa Mutu to know about these jobs that they've had no exposure to and might not be in their immediate vicinity. So that is also kind of the thing around the careers advice is you can't be expected either to know what you don't know. You know, in terms of sitting in these businesses and understanding how the nature of their work is changing, you know, it would be impossible. So the system dynamics around this stuff is really, really important. And I'll just note that we're a very strong advocate for recognising employment outcomes as in education, because it just seems, particularly in this type of environment, you've got to have that flexibility to appreciate that learning goes on in lots of different ways, and actually being able to make sure that somebody ends up in a situation where they have the opportunity to continue learning, which is why the apprenticeships are great, because they are doing it on the job. And there's just there is an economic reality here that some people have to go to work, you know. So if that is the situation for people, the question isn't necessarily about them doing that. It's around them getting into a pathway that enables them to continue learning. It enables them to continue to be able to explore career opportunities of the skills that they're building, and really have a continuous improvement approach to thinking about how they navigate what will be a really quite dynamic and changing job market. So the job for life myth, that is a myth now. That's just not going to be the reality for people.
Yeah, and we obviously are all over that. You know, one of the sectors that we have to convince is often whānau, because they have preconceived ideas about where students want to go, and often don't recognise start points that you know, we've all started somewhere different to probably where we are today, and that a lot of the young people might not necessarily be there right from day one. It may take some time for them to find that pathway, but to be able to be confident going into their first step. So yeah, we really acknowledge that, you know, kids will have numerous pathways, and for them to acknowledge that's exciting, not scary, and also to be able to get the skills to be able to have the confidence to take that first step, and then, as you say, transfer those skills across to maybe numerous different either industries or within the same industry. I was interested in your comment around apprenticeships, because we've heard that prior, that I think someone quoted to me, and I'm not sure, you can update me on this, that the average age of an apprentice was around 28 or 29. I'm just interested how many of them are university qualified?
About half of them. So this is the weird thing that we have going on at the moment, is that a lot of the people going into apprenticeships already have a university degree. Now, you know, so I think I referenced in the presentation the myth that university is the key to success, and that's a really deeply entrenched view and value of New Zealand. I think that university is still very much the preferred path. So what that does is, inadvertently, you end up streaming people, and they go to university, but actually they realise that, you know, an office job isn't for them at the end of it. And the earning differentials now between vocational education and university, by the time you put in things like borrowing costs and student debt and all of that kind of stuff, is actually really negligible. So, you know, when you ask who's got the batch in the boat, it's the tradies usually, not necessarily the office workers. Yeah, but that's not to say that university isn't great either, right? Like, obviously our universities provide a critical and vital role, and, you know, the research they do, you know, the scope of the universities and the contribution that they make is great. I think that the thing is around, how do you make sure that people have the best exposure to the opportunities? And I think there's a lot more that we can do in terms of thinking about that mobility and the interface between higher education and vocational education. Because when you talk to companies and you think about the applied kind of automation and robotics that companies are starting to do, then, you know, at the moment we have building qualification, for example, at level 4. It's been at level 4 for ages because that's where we think an apprenticeship should come out. But actually, there's a lot of higher skills that are needed in that industry now. And the skill shift stuff and our ability to keep up with that in terms of recognising it in the qualifications and then feeding that back down into compulsory education to say this is the stuff that's coming that we need to be thinking about. We need to be thinking about how to apply that. So yeah, it would be great to see more blurring of the lines that allow people to be able to continue going up the levels from, if somebody trains as a builder and they want to be a project manager in the future, then it's going to require a bit of extra training, but you know, that real lived experience that they bring from actually working on the tools, I think is immeasurable in some of those more senior and corporate kind of jobs. So there's a lot of stuff in education that if you had a magic wand, you'd wave it and try and get that stuff far more tailored around what employers and businesses need in terms of turning up with the right skills, but also what is better reflects people's actual journey through careers in the labour market, because actually a lot of this is around being able to successfully navigate a changing labour market. If somebody loses their job and they stay out of work for over 6 months, it becomes immensely more difficult to get them back into work. And we know that from social development data. So for people, so that's why I talk about sustainable employment being your ability to navigate around the labour market and apply the skills that you've got and continue learning, rather than this kind of job for life that a lot of the policies are really anchored on.
Yeah, and we're the same, and we're also trying to get them to change the terminology from job titles, you know, like when they talk about plans and things, you know, often it's about a job title and it's around, you know, kind of who you want to be rather than what you want to be, and understanding yourself, you know, as we talked about strengths and skills, and knowing the range of industries where you might fit, you know, rather than just one job. So we've just run out of time. So thank you so much, Rachel. You know, it's been a fantastic presentation. It has been awesome to have you there in the question and answer. If there are more questions come through, if you're happy that I forward them to you, and I will put that out in the Gateway package alongside your slides and report. So I look forward to working alongside you a little bit more and as we go forward. So
yes, thank you for having me, Lee. And yes, I've been watching the comments and there's some good ideas and commentary on there. So if we can follow up on this stuff, it'd be really good.
Yep, absolutely. So thank you, members. We're now breaking for morning tea. We'll start again promptly at 11 o'clock. So sorry, I've cut into a bit of your coffee time, but go away, have a break, and we look forward to seeing you back at 11 a.m. with the representatives from 2 of the Workforce Development Councils. Welcome back. Please apologies, the sun's coming in from behind me. Probably, where I'm recording from Nelson today, or presenting from Nelson, and the rain has broken and now we have a beautiful sunny day. In this session, I'd like to introduce the Workforce Development Councils. There are 6 Workforce Development Councils, or known as WDCs. These were established on the 4th of October in 2021 through the reform of the vocational education. Today, we have Tia Rata, General Manager from Toi Mai, talk about what they are, how they came about, and how they will work alongside skills. So welcome, Tia. Tia, if you don't know already, was the former careers advisor from Wellington College. So it's fantastic to have one of us in this space who really understands skills and where they're coming from. So I'll hand it over to you, Tia. You're just on mute, Tia.
Can you see my presentation?
I can see you, but not your presentation.
That might be a bit of an issue. Hang on, one moment, please, caller. It's not working.
Just at the bottom of the screen, Tia, there's that green button. And if you just click screen share and then click on the window that you wanted to share. That would be the easiest way.
A green button.
Yeah, there's a green button just at the bottom of your thing. It says screen share. Oh, you're on a tablet.
I'm on a Apple Mac.
In the Zoom window, at the very bottom of the Zoom window, can you see a green button that says screen share?
No.
What do you see?
I see mute, stop video, participants, chat, live transcription, reaction settings, and then more. And then in the more, there's no.
If you click on the more, is there no option to screen share?
Just stop incoming video. Okay. I shall roll without the slides. One moment.
Tia, do you want to email it to me and I can share screen and you can do the talking?
It's in the Dropbox.
We'll work on trying to get it for you.
Okay, I'll see if I've got access to it.
Thank you. They're only picture slides, so it'll be fine without. So I'll start.
Thanks, Tia. Sorry about this. It's technology issues that we face today.
No worries. All right. Tēnei te mahi kia koutou katoa ki tēnei wā, ko waiau, ko Ngāti Manea Poto ki Tainoi o Kuiwi, me Ngāti Manea Poto, me Ngāti Kahungu ki Porangahau, me te whānau Apanui. Ko au te Pā Manaki, mo te rangai, Pā Manaki, General Manager of Pathways and Equity at Toimai o Ahumahi. So today I'm going to talk on behalf of the Workforce Development Councils. As Lee said, we were established in October 2021 after the review of vocational education in our sectors, looking at the ITOs, the PTEs, polytechnics and vocational education through the secondary sector to see what was going on and to align with, with industry better. Essentially, we've been set up to give industry a greater voice in the vocational education system to make sure that the future workforce needs are met. The Rove enabled an establishment committee through lots of consultation, including some of you who were involved in that. Well over 200 organisations were involved in that research. The councils were established to contribute to a treaty, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, honouring the education system, particularly for Māori, to be free from racism, discrimination and stigma, and to exercise their tino rangatiratanga mana motahaki. It was a voice for the specified industries within the vocational education training system to help shape the curriculum and to align that to what's happening in the NCA, but also to help it align to what skills were needed for the workforce and developing capability. It was to ensure that there were equitable outcomes for all that were fair, and to advise and guide the tertiary education priorities for the funding of education in our sectors. The important thing to note here is that we were not set up to be a funding agency, but more as a voice advocate and a conduit between industry, the insights that were going on in those spaces to ensure that we could communicate both to the secondary sector and also with the Crown entities and government organisations that needed to be in the know around those sectors. So we have establishment councils that were set up and were stood up as of May 2021 by the Governor-General. And these ordering councils are legislated to ensure that in particular we're focusing on Māori and helping them pathway, but also people from whaikaha, which is those in the disability space, neurodiversity and the people of the Pacific, Te Moana a Kiwa. As a result of this, our councils have been set up quite differently because we each have councils from people who are working in the sector, and those establishment councils have set our priorities and ensured that we are held accountable to the Orders in Council to make sure that we are honouring what we said we would do. We're also in a position where we can really influence the government agencies. So MOE we work very strongly with, and TEC obviously as well are two of the industries we work closely with. There is a cross-agency collaboration though, where we're actually all talking to each other, and NZQA is involved with that, as well as Te Pūkenga, which is the conglomerate obviously of the PTs and polytechnics, and some ITOs who have moved into that space as well. Please note though, while we've got that collaboration, we are very independent of them, and we basically don't have a lot to do with them, apart from making sure that we're all working together to ensure that the pathways are sound. There are 6 councils plus one other. Hapaitea is not a council in its own right, but was established to help us set up. So when you've got an independent broker like that, to ensure that we've got all the policies and procedures in place to ensure we are doing our thing. So the first one I'm going to talk about today is Hanga Aroro, which is the Manufacturing, Engineering and Logistics Workforce Development Council. They essentially look after everything in the space of manufacturing, engineering, logistics, industries including wood, bakery, butchery, mechanical, automotive, marine engineering, dairy processing, extractives, drilling and transport. And they're very much about transformation. Moka Tangata are our food and fibre people, and in that space they are working closely with the primary industries. Ringahora, the outstretched hand, is our services Workforce Development Council, and they represent industries including advisory services, aviation, cleaning services, business services, contact centres, financial services, hospitality, local government, real estate, retail, security services, state sector and tourism and travel. What you'll probably note too is that there are some crossovers. You would think that butchery, for example, might fit in the Ringahora space, but it does actually sit within Hanga Aroro, which is the first one I mentioned in manufacturing and technology. Toi Mai is the council that represents the creative, cultural, technology and sport and recreation sectors, and that includes filmmaking, journalism, broadcasting, music, what we like to call GLAM, the galleries, art, museums and entertainment industries essentially, and libraries too. We also look after conservation parks, hairdressing, sports and recreation. There are some crossovers between hairdressing with us and Ringahora as well. Toitū Te Waiora was established to look after community health, education and social services, which includes care, youth services, disability, education, educational support services, funeral services and mental health and addiction services. They also look after some of the regulatory services within health with regards to the public order, and they are skin and nail therapy services, social services and urban pest control. Waihanga Aroro is construction and infrastructure, and a number of, you'll be familiar with some of the BCITO functions which they have picked up, and they include industries like construction, concrete, plumbing, infrastructure, water, gas, electricity, telecommunication and roading. The interesting thing about the 6 WDCs is, as you'll note, there were some crossovers and some of the mahi were included in those, and it wasn't stated when I was speaking about those that look after Toi Māori and Kaupapa Māori pathways. Some of those sit within Toi Mai, particularly the likes of Toi Whakairo, Tāmoko, those sorts of things that are in that sort of cultural space. So we're looking to map those. The thing that we're most committed to in terms of helping you is that we look after and are mandated to be the standard setting body for vocational education products. We do not deliver them, but we do moderate, provide consent to assess, which is free by the way, new qualification development and program endorsement of vocational education standards. We're also very involved in the skills standard development with NZQA and other parties. And we are, as I said earlier, your voice for vocational education with regards to particularly the Ministry of Education, TEC, MB and other Crown agencies. We're currently helping to populate taha 2, and each of our workforce development councils have been asked by TEC to state what our top 20 careers are, and then to ensure that the current careers.gov site is up to date with pathway information. For example, there are a number of pathways under what they call the ANZIT codes that don't actually exist at the moment, and an example of that would be lifeguard, which we know from to Recreation New Zealand and other industry partners that that's the most critical area in the recreation space at the moment in terms of a pathway. So with that in mind, we've been working very closely with TEC with regards to populating not just the current site, but also the development of taha 2, and making sure that when students, staff and people in general are looking at the taha 2 platform, they're able to be able to make sense of what they've done in school, what they've done in industry, and be able to connect the two and showcase particularly where their transferable skills are for them to help develop their career journey. We're definitely keen to work with you to align NCA curriculum with vocational education and training opportunities, and be a conduit for you to work with industry, hopefully providing really good insights into friendly employers who are keen to take on Gateway students, and also articulate to you where the workforce needs are. We are looking at establishing a database of those friendly employers, and that's currently in play. There are obviously, as I said, 6 workforce development councils, of which in every council there are at least 2 vocational pathway advisors. At the moment, Toimai is the only one that has a full team, with Joe Te Moringa, who's come from Newlands College, and Graham Cowie, who's come from Wellington College. And they because they've been on the coal front, are working really hard to ensure that you have a voice in our operation, and that we are really keen to work with you. Waihanga Aroro also has a vocational pathway person in play, Julie Purcell. They're currently looking for a second. And Hanga Aroro have had Rachel Magno until now, who has just gone on maternity leave. A fixed term position is about to start in her place, and a full-time person is also about to start in the Hanga Aroro space. Toitū Te Wairoa have just advertised 2 positions, a Māori and a Pacifica vocational pathway role, and they are currently out for release. So if you're interested in those, please have a look. And then Ringahora are also in the process. They're the services industry of looking for their 2 vocational pathway advisors. The great thing about it is that while they'll be working independently in their councils, and each council works slightly differently in terms of their org chart, as established by their own councils, because each council is different in their makeup, and each one has a different order in council to some extent. Those vocational pathway advisors will obviously be working in their own sector and looking after those, but they'll also work across together as a team, with input from myself and Marie Thomas, who is the industry engagement lead for Hanga Aroro. And Marie, as many of you will know, has worked in our gateway space and been a broker, and has also worked in an ITO. Please note, in terms of the ITOs, again, as with Te Pukenga, we're not associated with them per se. We have picked up all their moderation and consent to assess and endorsement sides of things, but the TITOs now are the people who will be your conduit to apprenticeships, and potentially for internships as well. We're also working quite collaboratively with the E2E brokers in each region, and that's another way that you can work with us as well in terms of how we partner and making sure that opportunities are available to you, particularly in the work experience space. We also have at the moment, each of our VPAs and myself and Marie are members of CATE, and will be coming hopefully to a region near you soon, if we haven't already been out in your space. And I know Joe and Graham, as well as Julie and Rachel, have also communicated with schools at the moment as well, having been to a number across the country. We're not going to come into every school. But if there is something that you want us to have a look at, or you've got a Trades Academy program or something that's working really well for you, and we come in and have a look, we can provide insights around how that might be better developed, or we might be able to look at how we can align it better, or whether there needs to be some kind of new qualification that would help endorse your program and be more effective for your ākonga. The other thing is that we are really keen to work with you to help ensure that students have seamless transitions and that there's no differentiation between an academic pathway and a vocational pathway. On that note, we're also working very closely with the Ministry in terms of the vocational pathway advisory groups, and our VPA and myself are also involved in those. And I've also joined a couple of the CATE members, Kia ora Jane and Craig, on the Ministry of Education Pathways panel, looking at the alignment of pathways to NCA. So we're really committed to ensuring that we're providing the best service we can in terms of looking at those standards and making sure that they're fit for purpose, and enabling our young people, whatever stage or age or background that they have, to weave their way. And you can see from, well, if you have looked at our logo, the ohu mahi is the 6 strands and what we call the tauda. And those are to ensure that we don't just sit in isolation as councils, we actually do work collaboratively together to ensure that all our OAC are realised. It's not an easy challenge, but the people that we have working within our system are very much about disrupting and making sure that we're transforming our systems to be more effective for the future workforce. That's me in my presentation. I know there were some questions.
Thanks, Chair. That's fantastic to have that overview of the WDCs, because as you can appreciate, there's a whole lot of change going on out there, and it's around how everything fits into the big picture. And it's, again, I reiterate that it's fantastic to have you in that space that understands schools and where we're coming from. Apologies that it's really dark in here. I'll sort that out at the break of how we're going to manage that. But I've only got a blind here, and the sun is brilliant. Right, so there's a number of questions here that have come in. The first one is, where are the different WDCs based?
Right, so we have offices in Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau and Westfield, and we actually sit in the same office as Competence, which was one of the ITOs. They're working to become a PTE. No connection, just in the same building. And then we have another office in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, Wellington, in the central city. We have a number across all of the 6 ohu mahi. We have staff all over the country, so a number are working remotely from home, but are travelling extensively to meet the need in regions. I also should add that there are regional skills leadership groups, which some of our members are also part of, and we're collaborating with them as well, and they each have their own workforce development plans, which some of you may or may not be aware of, and they will be soon, I think, available for viewing. We haven't established those workforce development plans. Each of the RSLGs have done that themselves. So we're connecting all over the motu, and like, for example, Joe and Graham were up in Northland last month and connected with some schools up there while they were there. So yeah, we're everywhere at the moment.
Fantastic. And just to let members know that our lunch bite in August, which is August the 12th, I think it is, where I'll be facilitating that from the Taranaki Kaiarahi workshop, will be with Amanda Smith, who is a career development specialist, who is part of the Canterbury Regional Skills Leadership Group, and she'll be taking us through that. I decided, we will break it up because it's quite a lot of information to take in one day. So yeah, so thank you for mentioning them and kind of how it fits together. Somebody is obviously looking for a career change and asking, where can we see the vocational pathway advisors positions being advertised?
So they're on our website, and you can look at both there and Seek. They're advertised, and some of them, I think the Māori and Pacifica ones from Toitū Te Waiora are advertised under the Kumaravine.
Thank you. That's awesome. So yeah, great to have some more of us involved in that. One of the things that you mentioned that you one of the part of the work that you do is around qualifications, and we want to ensure that units of the work that students do in Gateway are relevant to them and also to the pathways going forward. Again, and it's not necessarily just into one pathway, but maybe into a number of pathways. So we're wondering whether or not there are going to be sort of more generic standards being developed which introduce the ideas of a kind of a pre-apprenticeship. So, what could be done to have, for a student to have a really broad experience of one of those workforce development councils, so that they can understand all the different industry sectors and all the different kind of roles that they can do to come into that space. Is that something that is under your your mantra?
Yeah, we're definitely looking at equity, inclusion and diversity, in particular, how those standards are delivered. So quite often when you look at NCA, it's all about finding meaning. So explain this, which generally leads to the written word. And so with our vocational standards, we're looking at how they can be more widely implemented for all types of learners and enable them success. There are different things that are going on around the country. For example, there is one that is working in the north at the moment where they're doing flexi training, and so they have assessors going into the industry, and for example in the viticulture industry, seeing how these people are doing these services, and therefore they're not having to go outside and do additional training on top of what they're already doing, and then those skills can be transferable and given them credential. The other thing is that you can go to our website, and under each council there is a site for school providers, schools and providers, sorry, and that's particularly in our space in Toi Mai. You're able to see every standard that we currently assess and moderate, and then you can pluck out the ones that are best for school, because they're all sitting there, and we've got others, but those are the ones that we've deemed are the ones that are appropriate for the school environment. What we find is that 90% of the content that we're moderating and assessing is actually in schools, and 10% is other providers. And so our quality assurance teams are also working in schools to come and help you deliver the best programs that you can in terms of assessment and quality control. And we're reviewing constantly all the standards that are currently in play. So there's a number of different things that are going on in that space, and then also looking at fit for purpose qualifications. For example, there is an opportunity there in Auckland at the moment where a number of students from Akura have been working with an animation company, and they've been doing amazing things with Marvel and Auckland City Council, etc. They're Akura kaupapa, so the students already come with a tikanga Māori and kaupapa Māori framework, but the NCA standards through art and design and visual communication and obviously digital technologies are not meeting what they're actually doing. So we're looking at helping them develop a new credential that will give them both and then acknowledge what they've been doing in that space, because it's fantastic, it's really exciting. And then we're looking at if we can develop that alongside a PTE, then is that scalable and across the country to be able to have a look at whether we need to go to the likes of TEC or MB or Te Puni Kōkiri, and then help get that funded around the country so that it's something that's enabling skills for the industries that need them, given that content creation is one of the biggest areas at the moment in the creative space, for example.
Yeah, I think that firstly, it would be great to have a unit standard that just explains that there's two things. Firstly, that the words that we use are the same through vocational pathways and workforce development council, so that we don't confuse people, because they're not quite the same at the minute. Secondly, it's around being flexible and meeting the needs. You know, for Gateway, you know, we've had conversations around the country in a lot of the kaiarahi workshops around the possibility of portfolio work, where students can gather information, evidence around, especially around employability skills. And we heard from Rachel this morning about how critical that is. And having that acknowledgement that sometimes that is of more value to employers, the students see more purpose and meaningfulness in actually collating that data and being assessed on that, rather than completing workbooks and things around some things. You know, often what we do, there is lots of relevance, but there are some things that we kind of tune them through that maybe they'll forget the minute they walk out that door, and it's not actually going to be any value to them in the workplace. So is that something that, you know, is the role of the WDCs and something that you can see maybe happening in the future?
Oh, absolutely. And our relationship managers, or industry managers, they have different names across each council, are working strongly with industry to see what is the critical need and what are they looking for. What we've found already through our insights is that, for example, in technology, they know they want diversity in their workforce, but they're not necessarily equipped to know how to recruit that diversity. And then we've, you know, given them advice on, you know, once you've got the recruited people in the right space, that how do you provide a culture of care to look after them and retain them. But leading up to that, you know, have they had any opportunities to engage with your industry in the first instance through, you know, through whatever they're doing in schools? And if you think about the amount of times that, for example, at Wellington College, Dawn and I would be looking at these students who are really keen to go into the tech sector, but we couldn't get them into a workplace. So, but these people are crying out for them. So how do we bridge that connect is where we're working at the moment, and also looking at the review of these standards to make sure that they do meet that criteria around what is it that's actually going to give our people the best way forward in that particular role, but will enable them to work in other sectors as well. So not just in the tech sector, but then you could, you know, you've got the transferable skills to go and work in manufacturing or other spaces. Did that answer your question?
Awesome. And yeah, I think that there's quite a lot of work to be done, isn't there? I mean, this is an opportunity, I think, to relook at the standards that we have available to us, the providers that provide it. You know, it's just a really good opportunity to review what we do and to make sure that, you know, as we keep saying, and TSE reiterated that this morning, and certainly that's all the messages coming from the ministry, is around student-centred. So we've got to make sure that we're actually meeting the needs of the students, that we're not just credit harvesting, that we're not just trying to, you know, push them out at the other end, you know, because level 2 is important, but there are, in many industries, it's more around those employability skills and things that we, you know, want to ensure that people have alongside those qualifications.
I have my son on my shoulder, Te Ake Greenstreet, all day in my ear saying, Mum, why am I doing this? What is this going to do? When am I ever going to use this again? I don't even know what I want to do for a job. How am I going to, you know? So with him in mind, and others, many others like him, as we've seen time and time again in schools, you know, it's about looking at how do we make it better and easier for them to make those connections between what they're learning in school and what's happening outside the school gates. Because they don't know what they don't know. And so, yeah, we're putting a real critical lens on that and trying to shape it so the Te Ake Greenstreets of this world can go, oh, okay, I've done these subjects and these align well with these. I've done some work experience over here and I've decided I don't like it, but that's okay because I know I've got other potential options going forward. So that, in a nutshell, is how we're rolling. We're really keen, obviously, because we're invested in not just in the Orders and Council, but about establishing really good connections for young people to move forward. But not just for young people, but second chance learners as well, acknowledging that rangatahi are 15 to 24, and that obviously not all rangatahi are in schools. We're also working with community groups, NEETs and the like to ensure that we're also giving them opportunities for pathways as well. and recognising that, you know, in Northland, when Joe and Graham and Moana, our equity advisor, were out and about, they mentioned that there were a number of students in the Kawakawa sort of area who were going into insecure work or going into the likes of AFCO, into the meatworks there, and thinking, oh, you know, they could be doing this technology pathway over here that could give them a starting wage of 60 grand. But who are we to say that that's not the right pathway over here? And they've just had what's called the Boning Awards, and they're like the rock stars of the meat industry. And, you know, there's a definite pathway there. And so we need to ensure that, you know, like we're being mindful of all the different jobs and things that are in our sectors that can give people success and build on economic development and enable people to have good and healthy and sustaining lives. So that's our brief.
And you may or may not be able to answer this, but are you reviewing the vocational pathways and the standards that are under it?
Yeah, so there's a bit of work going and mapping currently where the the vocational pathway standards are sitting, and mapping them to the Workforce Development Council standards. So there's a play at the moment happening there. There's also some work around looking at whether vocational needs to even stay on that, and that we just call it pathways. And we're also looking at whether that lovely 6-coloured wheel needs to become more of the toda or the weaving, and how we can connect them or change the colours. And there'll be a bit of a rebrand if and when that happens. But yeah, we're in close consultation with MOE around how that looks, and TC are also involved in that conversation. So yeah, I think it's a bit of watch this space, but it'll only happen for the betterment. Yeah, and I would hope that this time around it wouldn't be just, you know, the booklets passed over your desk and, you know, do something with these. There'll be a lot more kind of unpacking of what that means for you, and how you can enable your students and the industries that you're working with to better understand, because we've got a voice in industry. They're also giving us feedback about those, the wheel, and how they align well.
Yeah, and again, it's just a great time to review all that and to see the value in it also. You know, is the time and, you know, the expense, the time of mapping unit standards to a vocational pathway, what impact does that have on? So does that actually truly have an impact on a student and their employment opportunities, and do employers recognise that? So I think that is a question going forward, is where's the best use of resources, and what do we want that to look like? Because at the end of the day, again, we're here for the student to make sure that we get them prepared for that transition, for their first step out of school. So I think that is all the questions that have come my way. And so thank you so much, Tia, for your time, and for Graham and Joe and Julie, who are sitting in the wings. Yeah, it's fantastic to see people working within the Workforce Development Councils that have a know-how. And so, yeah, I really appreciate you taking time in your day. So thank you, and look forward to working with you further.
Kia ora.
Okay, so we are now going to just have a quick look around the CATE website and the resources. I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully that works for you.
Perfect.
You can see, yeah, so this, unfortunately for me, it's not, I can't see much there, but you can see up on your screen now, can you see the CATE website? Yes. Excellent. So as you know, this was a bit of a COVID project in 2020, wasn't it, with COVID, and that there was a need to have some sort of resources for careers advisors and Gateway members on our website. And so that was an opportunity, as I just come into this role, to be, you know, I had sort of 5 or 6 weeks where I didn't really know what I was going to do. So had the opportunity to develop this. Probably most of it is more tailored towards careers advisors and the career development work that they're in career education space. But we're very conscious that we need to meet the needs of all of our members and in particular Gateway. And so I'm going to show you around what is there already, and then in the Gateway sort of, if you haven't seen that already, and then want feedback either through email or on the chat of other things that you would like us to have. I'm also really encouraging collaboration. I know I've found that careers advisors and Gateway coordinators and teachers are very modest, that they often think that what they do might not be of value to someone else, but I can assure you that people do find value in what you do. And it would be great to see this infiltrated with resources from that really work within schools. Because as you can appreciate, I've been now out of school for 2.5 years, and I don't think I'm the best person to be able to put that. So I'm just going to go into that member resource section for those that maybe aren't registered. So if you're registered for CATE, that's the first step. Secondly is that there is just a short form that you need to do to register to have access to the member resources. And the reason we do that, not to make it more complicated for you or more work, but it's just to make sure that we are making sure that we get the right people accessing this as we go through, because you know you pay a registration fee, and we need to make sure that that you get what you've paid for. Once you've registered, we will then approve you, and which is usually within the day or two. And please email us if it doesn't happen, and then you have access to the member resource section. Sorry, there's just a bit of a delay as it's loading. And many of you will be familiar with this page. So we have member resources through career education resources, year level programs, Gateway resources, Māori and Pacific resources, professional development, integrating careers into curriculum, career coaching, and member information. The problem with having 6 weeks to focus on this is that I've created a bit of a beast, and and trying to update and keep that relevant and maintaining it to be current. So I do have Elmarie Karg, who works alongside me, but she's only 10 hours a week, and we're trying very hard to keep this relevant and up to date, but we appreciate that some of the information may not be the greatest and latest. So if there is information that you see that may be a little bit out of date, or that you've got other bits and pieces to add to that, please let us know. Under the Gateway resources, we've firstly just put the 2 handbooks in there, the one around funding, that the TSC have brought out. So there is an extensive Gateway handbook that is there for people to access. And it's just through links. So a lot of this behind this website is a lot of PDFs that we can change and adapt pretty easily. So the handbook page is there. It's also on the TSC website, but just to try and put everything in one place. Probably the key things that you would be interested in is firstly is we had a lot of feedback from members earlier on when we were developing this around putting it in a place where we could have all the unit standard providers, so people that offer courses to Gateway students, and who those organisations are, and for some reason it's not going to let me open that. So who, and in here is a list of unit providers. So it goes from generic, which might be some of the, like instant unit standards and kura, and some of the other ones that we use for those core generic unit standards, down to the specific industries and all of the different units that are available. So it could be hairdressing, it could be building, plumbing, equine, forestry, all of those, and the providers. You can appreciate that that will be changing over time because of the Workforce Development Councils and the integration of the industry training organisations into the Te Pūkenga, but we will try and endeavour to update that. So it's worked perfectly for me. We were having a bit of a technology day, and I can't actually access that, but that is on there. And what I urge you to do is to, if you've got some really good standards that you're using is to let us know if they aren't on that list, or if you see one now that has been made redundant or expired or is no longer provided by that provider, then we'll update that. So those are the unit standard providers, and it may do this to me with the learning resources as well, but you'll be able to go through that in your own time and have a look through what's there. What I did, which I've explained to many of you, is when I first put this together, I just used some of the units that I had kind of rewritten to make them a little bit more relevant and a bit more user-friendly. And so these are ones that just give you some ideas of some of the sort of different tasks, the different things that you can do. And again, it's not going to let me open it, but they are the unit standards, and in it is the unit of work. You'll see in the 4252 that there is a targeted CV. I've provided the student workbook there that I used, school-focused template, which will, looks pretty much similar to the Careers New Zealand, and also another CV example. I've put in those that plan a career pathway and the 1980 employment perspective one as well. So those are just ideas that I used when I was teaching that. But as I appreciate, this is now 2.5 years later, and I would love to see more people sharing the units that they may be redesigned if they're happy to do so, and that their schools are happy for them to do that. Because we play a lot of resources into unit standards, and a lot of us have the ability and but not necessarily the time to develop these and make sure that they meet the needs of our students. So if you've got a fantastic unit plan that relates to one of these standards, then please send it through and we'll upload it, and we will acknowledge those of you that are sharing. So I'll just, if you want to, I'll just stop sharing now, and I'll let you go through that in your own time. If there are any questions, I'm just going to quickly look on the chat to see whether or not there's any questions that have come through. And yeah, so I think most of those, if there's something that comes through that I need to answer, I will do that directly. A lot of it is around just how to get access to that, and also to make sure that I've approved some. Sometimes it gets buried. We've got about 700 or 800 people that are on that, and sometimes it doesn't come in succession, that it gets buried, and we miss that every so often. So I'll make sure that I have a look for Christine, I think it is, who wants me to do that. So on that note, we are now going to take a lunch break. You've managed, I wasn't sure, how long the presentation from Tia would take. So we've actually managed to gain a little bit of time. So you've now got 3/4 of an hour to have a decent break, to have some lunch, and to be able to digest what we've done this morning. We've got a really full-on program this afternoon, where we hear from several experienced practitioners and have the opportunity to talk with them in breakout rooms after the presentations. So I'll see you all back at 12:30. Thank you for your participation this morning, and we'll be back here promptly at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you had a chance to get a break, some lunch, and connect if you're watching this with other members. There's a lot of information this afternoon, but we thought it was really important that you heard from Gateway coordinators from a range of different schools and about some of the resources that are available. And I know Dawn's session, Navigating the TSC Workspace, will be invaluable to new members. We have a series of 7 presentations, approximately 10 minutes each, and then we'll go into the breakout rooms. First, we have an overview of Gateway from Marion Mertens and Karen Cockcroft from Roncalli College in Timaru. You'll see in this presentation that the Gateway Coordinator and the Gateway Teacher work very closely together, but have clearly defined roles that are communicated to students.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Marion Mutins and I'm the Gateway Manager at Roncalli College. So we're in Timaru, South Canterbury, and we have a state integrated co-ed Catholic school with a roll of 500 students. We are funded for 37 Gateway placements. So I'll give you a brief overview of our program and how we run it, and some nuts and bolts about how we operate in the systems that work for us. Gateway at Roncalli is a one-year program. Most students take it in year 12. A high proportion leave school into apprenticeships, employment and courses at the end of the program, with a small number returning for year 13. We have 2 timetable Gateway classes. This is essential. And the majority of our Gateway assessment is through outside providers, mostly ITOs and distance work through Polytechs. It makes it real and gives students a chance to see what it is really like to be an apprentice. It often counts towards a micro-credential or as a start to an apprenticeship qualification. Employers are familiar with the resources. Gateway is highly respected within the college and in the wider community. We promote it as a prestigious program and have the ability to be selective with our participants. So students complete an application form and attend an interview along with a parent or caregiver. They do not need to know what their work placement will be, but they do need to have a good attitude and they need to be reliable. We decline applicants if we think they're not workplace ready. At all times, we consider what is best for the student and look at what they need for their next step. So I'm the Gateway Manager. I also manage the STAR budget and all work experience within the college. I work 35 hours per week and look after all parts of the program except teaching in the classroom. I'm not a teacher, which I think gives weight to my management role. Students understand that I'm the boss. And Karen Cockcroft is our Gateway teacher and is exceptional with her ideas and promoting workplace skills and values. The teacher needs to be involved and actively engaged with students. We haven't always had this enthusiasm and have developed a job description for the role so that future teachers and relievers are aware what is required of them. It's not just supervising the class, it's being actively involved with their learning. So the Gateway teacher delivers a small number of whole class topics with some unit standard assessment. As students progress into placements, the teacher assists with their individual learning, checks they are on task, supervises external assessment and encourages additional research and learning. So some of the things that make our program run smoothly: every student has the opportunity to experience one-day tasters in 3 different careers to help with making decisions about their direction. This is a huge undertaking, but is very worthwhile and a key part of making successful placements. It gives students the opportunity to try before making decisions, and also for employers to meet and sometimes choose which student fits best for their workplace. We treat the classroom like a workplace. We hold a tight rein on the environment to promote individual learning and work values. We have a class website with an outline of the program and links to everything students need. This is shared with the students right at the start of term 1, and it's updated every year, and it's a really good way of keeping everything in one easily accessible place. We have a tracking doc, which is like a planner. It is shared with the teacher and students. It shows what every student is currently working on, week by week plan of courses, what work experience they're doing, any upcoming school commitments for each student. Notes can be added by students and staff and highlighted for attention. It is particularly useful if more than one staff member is involved with the class. We use Google Classroom, especially for whole class assignments. It also works really well for when students are working from home. So the library is our designated space, and all Gateway classes are held here. We have a notice board, and the Gateway office is right next door. Gateway resources are kept in the office. Students are allowed to take study guides and workbooks home, and assessments are kept in a file box and are collected at the start of each class and returned at the end. We have individual assessment desks which are set up at the front of the room. Students sit at these designated desks when they are completing assessments, whether they are open book or closed. This keeps everything legitimate and professional. It also keeps everyone else in the room quiet as we treat it like an exam. We have a folder in the office for each student for keeping their documents, notes, assessment work, and the physical file is nice and easy to take out and about on workplace visits for discussion. Students keep a digital workplace log. We used to have a physical book, which it just used to get lost very regularly. Students have a little notebook that they take to work and they write up a detailed log the next day in class. And notes from their induction are recorded at the top of the log so that they're always there to refer back to. Wherever possible, student work experience takes place on a Wednesday and is for a full working day, normally 8 till 5, just whatever suits the employer the best. The college has recently introduced Flex Wednesday, where all Year 12 and 13 students are able to choose project-based learning. There are no timetabled academic subjects on Wednesdays, which allows students to take part in work experience without missing class time in their other subjects. This has helped to raise the profile, and Gateway has become more accessible and acceptable for students of all academic levels. We have the flexibility for students to go out on different days if that fits best with their program or to suit an employer. Our program has been built up over many years. We started small and have built up a strong employer network. We keep a database of employers with notes to refer back to about which ones have been approached over the years, their response and suitability to support students. It's important to protect the program by being honest with employers and repairing damage when necessary. They need to know that students are being sent to them, that they're capable and want to be there. Trial taster days work as well for employers as they do for students. I keep in regular contact with employers. We meet to set up the placement. I visit regularly and take a packet of biscuits with me when I go for their smoko. At the end of the placement, I meet with the student at the workplace to thank the employer. We talk about what the student can do next, about opportunities and recommendations, and we give the employer a thank you gift, normally a box of chocolates. Up until COVID times, we held an information evening for prospective students and their families to help with decisions about choosing Gateway. But over the past couple of years, we've promoted using a YouTube recording, a little bit like this, with a short overview and a slideshow of previous students. This is emailed to all senior students and their families and published in the newsletter. We talk to year level groups before course selection, and we have a printed Gateway brochure. We have a photo display on the wall in the library featuring students in their workplaces. This is a focal point when people come into the library. A lot of people stop and look at it. We contribute student profiles to the college newsletter. These are written by students, and we have 4 or 5 featured every month. We have a display at our open day and feature regularly on college social media platforms. We award the Prime Minister's Vocational Excellence Award at prize giving and have a Year 12 leavers function at the end of the year to share and celebrate the success of our students moving to work and further study. A big part of protecting the program is keeping employers informed if students are not able to attend work experience and checking to see if there are any problems. There's a lot of liaison required, especially to begin with, while relationships are being established. Students don't necessarily think to tell their employer if they're going to be away on a school trip. It all has to be checked and confirmed to make sure all are aware and informed. I have a Gateway cell phone and a laptop. Students and employers text, ring and email me and vice versa. I use the Gateway mobile for all employer phone calls and messages, which makes it more convenient for connecting with people, especially on a Wednesday morning when 30 plus students are out on work experience, some starting at 7 AM. If there are any last minute changes to arrangements, I need to know. School staff are kept informed of activity via a Google work experience doc. So this is kept up to date and shared every week, reminding staff which students are out that week. So Gateway funding from TEC does not cover the cost of running the program. Our school recognises its value for our students and adds further financial support. So this last slide gives some indication of cost proportions. The proportion of my salary that's paid from Gateway, the resources, an average of $500 per student. Obviously, some are a lot more than that. Some are next to nothing. Equipment, our students have everything supplied that they need, and they have the opportunity to buy it back at half price at the end. This is one way we recover quite a lot of costs. So in the end, it costs an average of $45 per student. Promotion and hospitality, that's basically the $2 packets of biscuits on special and chocolates that are on special on Father's Day or Mother's Day. Transport, that's my own car. I just put in my mileage every term and get reimbursed for that. And administration is normally photocopying and my phone top up. So all work experience throughout the college is intertwined, whether it's Gateway, Flex, career exploration, or for any other reason. It needs to be coordinated and protected. I hope this presentation has helped you in some way. Kia ora, and I wish you all the best with your programs.
Thank you, Marion. And you'll have an opportunity to meet Marion and Karen in the breakout rooms, which start around about 1:45. What I loved about that presentation was the class website. I wish I'd thought about that when I was dealing with Gateway students, because it is, you know, I think it's critical to have everything in one place and for them to know where to go to access all that information. Next up is Esther Harvey from Linfield College. Linfield is a school in Mount Roskill, Auckland. It has over 1,800 students. Esther is passionate about career development and uses various career coaching tools with her Gateway students.
My name is Esther Harvey. I've worked in the Gateway role for nearly 15 years now. I have a Bachelor of Career Development and I'm a member of CATE NZ and CDANS. And today I'm just going to share a little bit of how we run our Gateway program at Linfield College. So who are we? Linfield College is a co-ed multicultural year 9 to 13 secondary school. It's over 60 years old and serves the central Auckland area. It lies in Mount Roskill, which is apparently the most multicultural suburb in New Zealand. We have approximately 1,850 students and about 150 staff. Our ethnic background, our breakdown is 8% Māori, 21% New Zealand European, 27% Indian, 13% Pacific nations, and 31% made up of Chinese, Asian, Middle Eastern, and other ethnic groups. We believe that it takes a village to raise a child, and at our school, we believe that family, whānau, ainga, and school are very much a part of that village. So within our school, we have a central student services centre, which accommodates the health centre, counsellors, career departments, and international department. Being together as teams enables us to provide wraparound support for our students. And given the last 2 years of lockdowns, we know all the anxiety that has been created for all sorts of reasons, and this can impact on future career decisions. We also know that it is really important to identify key stakeholders in our students' lives. So I actually work really closely with my careers advisor, Wendy Keir, to ensure that we're working with a student, enabling them to direct their career journey. I think it's essential for Gateway to be seen as an integral part of the careers department. Between us, you know, we have career conversations with each student, not necessarily all Gateway students, thus enabling us to identify their stakeholders. So that's family, whānau, parents, teachers, deans, counsellors. And as this Gateway, as the students' journey continues, we will continue to find stakeholders who will invest in the students' career journeys, i.e., for example, tertiary providers, employers, business, industry. So how do we do it at Lindfield College? So Gateway is offered alongside mainstream school subjects. At course selection time, the students select their courses for the following year, and they apply for Gateway at the same time. It does involve being selected, and it's much like preparing for a job interview. So students need to email myself, the Gateway coordinator, and for an application form, they've got to return it once they've filled it out by themselves, not their parents, and they're assigned an interview time. They attend this job interview, and I give them a career counselling interview to help me understand them better. And we talk about their values, their interests and aptitudes, and we begin to tailor an individualised Gateway program for them. The purpose of this process is to encourage students to think about their future, whether it's a year down the track, 2 years down the track, 5 years down the track, as well as getting some job preparation skills. What is really important about the Gateway program is that it's really important to fill a student's kete of knowledge and to upskill them. So first we need to understand them. So we might use a career tool. Career counselling is a primary tool of choice, but they are very, very useful. It's a great chance to encourage the gaining of driver licensing, and I do CV coaching and interview coaching with the students so that they're ready to go out and into a job if they want to. This also includes them upskilling, gaining first aid skills for which they get credits, doing gaining health and safety knowledge, and also IT knowledge and industry knowledge. We use all sorts of providers. There's an endless source now. They offer amazing packages of credits for our students in many of the industries. Doing this job preparation allows us to prepare students for transition to further study or to jobs throughout the school year, but there is this myth that every student must stay at school until year 13. Often that comes from parents, rather than thinking what is best for the student, and they don't realise that there's all sorts of opportunities out there. This is where organisations such as Education Employment and the CBD Jobs and Skills Hub can become really good stakeholders for our students because they invest in our students' futures. So we live in a positive and negative world these days. The positives this year have been that I have a lot more employers approaching me to have discussions about work experience opportunities, apprenticeships and jobs. They're prepared to train young people. There's really positive provider engagement, which is fantastic. And look, there are education to employment opportunities everywhere for students. So I just want to share a couple of stories with you. This is Caleb. His ambition has always been to go to university and do engineering. And an opportunity for him came up for him to work with Kāinga Ora's Construction Plus Mahi Ora work experience program. And when he first saw it, he thought, oh, it's just a building site. So whatever building means, but he did agree to go on this. So it was a full two-week placement. He learned about healthy communities. He learned about modern housing. He learned about environmental issues around building. He shadowed a graduate engineer and looked over the shoulders at plans and designs. Key to this experience for him was that he came to an understanding of what they were doing, why they were doing it, and what it would lead to. And that was invaluable to him. My next student is a very talented young man. His goal for the last 3 years has been to get into dentistry. He's also a very talented IT person. He completed year 13 programming and design at year 12. Now, Dental Planet this year approached us because, as you may or may not know, there is a shortage of dentists. And so they were hoping to be part of the journey, if you like, another stakeholder who want to give students a look into the industry. So Jack did a first aid course, got some credits from that. He did an IT course with Techtorium. Technology is very much part of our world these days. And then he did a 1-day placement in the clinic plus a 1-day in the mobile dental unit. The reality for employers is that many of them cannot give our students 10 workday placements. They're too busy, they're trying to make a living, they have to keep their own staff busy, and they don't always have staff to do on-the-job learning with our students. So this is kind of a new reality, especially after 2 years of COVID lockdown. After the positives, we probably need to look at the negatives. It's not a positive word, but I kind of see them as the realities, I guess. There are huge implications after the last 2 years of lockdown, especially for Auckland students. Students have been wanting to do Gateway, but they don't want to take time out of class. There are teachers who do not want their students out of class. Students don't want to do courses and placement in school holidays because they need to go out and earn money in the holidays for their families. And they also want a holiday, that's fair enough. There's also this fear of missing out on NCEA with little view to the credits they can actually gain outside of school. Funding. This is a huge issue. There is a shortage of funding. There's been a huge increase in costs by providers, cost of living, cost of fuel, cost of buying equipment for students, etc. The other thing was last year, I spent Gateway funds in good faith for our students to get all their credits, and we were locked down, and then money was clawed back in the wash up, and that had a huge implications for us. We've got a bit less money to use this year, and there's all these fears and anxiety that we're dealing with. It's also caused, in reality, a lot of anxiety for those people who work in the Gateway program and at the coalface. One of the challenges that we need to look at, I think, for students, teachers, parents and whānau, we need to look at debunking the myths around the Gateway program. A couple of them, Gateway's only for vocational pathway students. As I tell everybody who is in a job is on a vocational pathway. I think we've misinterpreted that terminology. And also the other myth is that Gateway is not for academic or university bound students. There is that thinking in schools, and that is so not true. Caleb and Jack are actually great examples of students who are university bound. There are also, we need to debunk the myths around qualifications and earnings. This thing that going to university straight out of school is the only time to go to university. This is something comes from parents, and we need to realise that students can go to university any time in their lives. And the other thing is that a degree equates to success for life and huge salaries, which we all know is not quite true. These myths may have been kind of right once upon a time, but in our world of work, it's an ever-changing platform. Challenges for our students. I think the two challenges that I've seen particularly this year is enabling them not to be afraid of the unknown. I have a poster on my wall by Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook, A Notoriety. What would you do if you weren't afraid? And I think that probably applies to each of us as well, the things we could do if we weren't afraid. The other thing is for our students is sense making or rationalizing them, helping them make sense of their world at school and how that relates to the world at work and their future. And we need to get our heads around that. This has been a quick overview of how we do Gateway at Lindfield College. I haven't gone into specific detail, and I'm happy to talk more about that maybe in the breakout rooms. I think that key to the Gateway program is flexibility, communication, filling our students' kites of knowledge, and helping everyone realise that career is a journey rather than a destination. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Esther. That was amazing. I think, and I can see through the chat that people are really enjoying hearing from people that are in the coalface at the moment. I couldn't agree more with Esther around the need for communication with parents around what success looks like and valuing all pathways and not necessarily always being around university. It has also been interesting to see the chat come through and the allocation of time and student numbers. And this, I think, could be another conversation we have with TSC and the MOE. I think it's time to survey again and communicate the time allocations for careers advisors, for gateway coordinators in this space. We've seen through the National Education Learning Priorities and a number of other initiatives how important exposing students to employment, the focus on relevance of learning, and they need to now start putting their money where their mouth is and ensuring that we're funded in a way that we can deliver the programs that we want to. Next up is Shay and Kim from Central Hawke's Bay College. They're part of a smaller rural community and have a very established gateway program. They work closely with the employers within their region. So I'm handing over now to Shay and Kim.
Hi, I'm Kim Walker.
And I'm Shay Anderson, and we're from Central Hawke's Bay College in Waipokoro. We're a small rural school of 440 co-ed students. We service a really large area, kind of from Whangaha and Poriri in the east. Far south is kind of Northwood, some even from Dannevirke. Ruahine Ranges in the west, and a bit further north than Otani, but we do have some students even coming south from Hastings. We have over 60% of our students travel to school each day on the bus.
I started my role as Gateway Coordinator in 2006 with 18 Gateway students. Students had own classes for Gateway, English, PE, hospitality. We had minimal options at that point. I think mainly we were ag, retail, tourism, hospitality, and 9 of those 18 students were agricultural students. So Gateway has grown over the years and more students have been able to experience work placements in different career pathways. We have 46 students.
Yeah, so I came into the picture in 2013 as the head of learning support. Had pre-children, had children and came back and really wanted to get my teeth stuck into the Gateway side of things. I seen it as a real area of strength for our community. It was probably still at the stage where trades were probably seen more for the people that weren't succeeding in mainstream, which we really wanted to change, and just to see those awesome opportunities available that we all see now in that vocational area. So Gateway then, not cheap academically. The attitudes of students, staff, and even our parents were, it wasn't for everyone. Our goal was to really set out to change that. We didn't want to be a dumping ground. We wanted to kind of be a driving force, an area where people wanted to come and be part of. So I guess fast forward now to 2022, and we have, like Kim said, 46 Gateway placements. We had not turning students away, but we're ensuring students have the skills before they even come to us. So we're working really closely with other departments to make sure that, we're best preparing these students for the workforce. So I guess kind of how we've done this, I'll click into a bit of a slide here. We'll see how we get with this. Like I said, the first thing I want to do is to make it accessible. So we wanted it for every student, and the first thing we had to do was kind of change teachers' parents' perspective of Gateway, and it was more about how we can include everyone and make sure that everyone was kind of providing for every student. We wanted to see academic students in our class, or more academic students, more focused students, so that they could set the standard for other kids to kind of lift that. And I guess that kind of was driven by our timetable. As we're a small school, we're kind of really limited by what we can offer in a school. Like, lots of kids want to take certain subjects, but we can't offer them because we can't afford to run a class with 1 or 2 students. So our timetable at present is very traditional. Still 6 lines in our school's timetable, and our students choose 6 subjects in year 12 and 5 or 6 in year 13 with a study line. At present now, Gateway is across 4 of those lines. And the reason we've done that is so that it doesn't matter what your area of passion or interest is, you can kind of still be part of Gateway, and every other interest is on those other lines. It's not like some schools where you see that you've got maths on every line. We might have maths on 2 lines. So that was the first thing, is making it across more lines so that, yeah, everyone can get in. I think we've now got 92 students involved in our program in some way, shape or form across those 4 lines. So not everyone is Gateway and has a placement, but they're all kind of on individual learning programs.
So all students are interviewed with the Guardian and are all aware of other subjects that will support their potential career aspirations. We wanted to wrap around the students and make sure that everything is meaningful towards their pathways. The creation of a pathways class for students who have not yet achieved level 1 has proved very successful. Generally, we don't take students into Gateway that haven't got level 1, but if they're close, we work with the students to achieve that so they can progress forward.
That's mainly due to how we run our Gateway class at school. Our Gateway class isn't all being taught the same thing. You'll see further on shortly that like every student is on their own individual learning plan. So the student needs to have those skills to be able to work independently, should they need to. And we quite often find it's really successful because they're doing something they're passionate about. So if they do get stuck, they ask questions and they're really kind of invested in that. So yeah, the student needs to have those skills to kind of work independently, hence why we kind of have that achievement of level 1 as kind of our minimum entry requirement, but it doesn't by all means cut them out. So we'll move on. Work out my slide. Oh, let's get a bit creative here. Get me home here. Like we kind of said, the student was kind of at the centre of every kind of decision we make. Every student that becomes part of our program, I've interviewed individually and looked at their whole package. I've also worked really closely with other departments in the school to ensure that they're offering subjects that can engage the students, because we do quite often find when a kid's really passionate about a vocational pathway, they kind of throw the what's the point in that or what's the point in this. So although they might not see the relevance right now, trying to kind of engage them and provide those authentic learning experiences as we kind of move forward.
So what a student explores through the Gateway program, it's not set in concrete. We'll take anybody's ideas on board and try and diversify from there, just so that they can have the placement that they actually want. The focus is on the skills. So, you know, you may have a level 3 student doing level 2, sometimes even level 1 units, just to get them into the learning pathway of that vocational pathway.
Yeah, that whole focus on not the level of the assessment too is really around, we find a lot of our kids will achieve level 2 quite easily. They might battle through level 1, achieve level 2 quite easily, and then level 3 is quite a challenge and not accessible for some of them. And it's like, why have you come back in year 13? You're not ready for employment. You don't have the skills necessary for employment just yet. So really encouraging them to build their skills and knowledge and not worry about credit counting or counting the levels, even though we've got that little ticket of 20 credits behind our head that, you know, we need for our funding. But we find if we focus on the skills, those 20 credits generally come quite naturally. And I guess that again comes to us saying there that we don't use one particular provider for assessments. BCITO, MITO, they're kind of your common ones. Again, it depends on the student. We will look at, and we'll again talk later on around trades academies, or if it's just one-off providers for certain units. It's really about the individual and how they learn as to which provider we use. And it seems probably silly that we don't put all our automotive kids on MITO. But yeah, we've found that kind of individualising that and kind of, yeah, working out what's best for each student has worked well, and probably a little bit more work for us, but hey, it works best for our students and that's where we see the best outcomes. Another big thing around us working with the individual student and ensuring that we can cater for all the students is our flexibility with placement days and times of the placements. We don't necessarily say you are going to work on this day or that day. We look at their timetable. It could be a weekend, it could be an afternoon, it could be 2 mornings, so that they don't miss other subjects within their timetable. You know, some kids are striving to achieve merits endorsements, excellence endorsements, which we really encourage. That work ethic is amazing, and we know our employers really appreciate that. So yeah, it's, I guess, really does come down to that flexibility is the other thing. And I guess like any other Gateway program, we would be absolutely nothing without our community and our employers. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, over, I'd hate to think how many employers we've had over our time. But that again comes down to us not saying we've got 5 building placements, we've got 4 mechanic placements, we've got 3 hairdressers. It really comes down to us really digging deep with the kid and finding out that what they want to do. I vividly recall a student that wouldn't tell me for so long, 6 months, about what she wanted to do. And it turned out she wanted to be an undertaker, which was amazing, but she was kind of embarrassed. And we had an amazing opportunity just up the road, and now she's out there doing it. And so yeah, just really digging deep with those kids and trying to find their values and not trying to force what's obvious on them, I guess. And with Kim and I both being local members of the community for many years, we're not afraid to ask, and we're not afraid to be told no. So yeah, we just get out there, get amongst it, ask questions, use our connections, and yeah, find out all the colourful creative industries that we still don't even know about yet. Some of these things the kids talk about still blow our minds.
I mean, pretty much, I think a lot of the businesses now knock on our door asking for students. So to us, I guess that's a positive, and everything's working well.
Yeah, one more slide here. Ooh. I can get out of this bit. I might just stop screen sharing here. Stop screen sharing here because I'm a bit confused with what's going on there. But I guess the other big thing for us is the other people within our community that have stepped up around us too to kind of help guide and support the students in Central Hawke's Bay. In particular, driver's licensing, connecting youth for employment. They've always tried to kind of really push to support our youth, and they've taken the bull by the horns with the driver's licensing scheme. They've done a pilot there, and like I said at the start, with 60% of our students are on bus, so accessibility to work, not having your driver's license, not having a car was a big barrier on actually getting our kids out to work. So yeah, they've come on board, and now every student in our school gets an opportunity to sit their license. They're here every Wednesday morning from the time they turn 16. They help them with their restricted, learners full right through their restricted, and it's at a subsidised cost. And yeah, free tutoring and support there. And we've seen awesome success with kids getting their licenses.
Another major spot in our community are our Central Hawke's Bay District Council and their Merrill Task Force for Jobs. They're very, very supportive if we have those kids that are transitioning out of school. Very helpful. They also come in and assist with different surveys we might be doing and CV writing skills. So yeah, again, very supported through the community with our council.
I guess another big thing that I think has had a big impact on Gateway numbers, especially within Hawke's Bay and talking to other Gateway coordinators around here, is the introduction of Trades Academy. We've seen a lot of schools kind of reduce their numbers based on Trades Academy, more and more kids going to Trades Academy. We've actually seen our Gateway numbers increase from Trades Academy, and more it helped bridge that gap for us with those students that hadn't achieved level 1, or those students that couldn't get to work, or those students that were at a work placement and it wasn't really an authentic learning experience. Some of the hairdressers, they're quite often sweeping the floor, they never got their hands kind of dirty. So yeah, we've really utilised our EIT Trades Academy and our primary ITO Trades Academy in the agriculture sector to really give those students an authentic learning experience. And our employers' feedback is massive. They definitely feel that our kids we're placing now have more skills and they're more beneficial for them as employers, and some of them are a bit less reluctant. I mean, we always get them over the line in the end, but they always kind of give it a go. I actually forgot to mention one thing, and the other thing with our placements too is we don't actually just place a kid on a 10-week placement. We make them do the 3-day, like a taster, just because we want the kids to say, nah, it's not for me, or yeah, it is, or the employer too. Relationships are kind of key, and if the kid feels uncomfortable, we want them to have the confidence to say that, so they're not signing into anything until they actually really know what it's about. And that's seen like a lot less with withdrawals and better relationships with the employer, us and the student.
Exactly.
I guess that can kind of be it for us, and happy to answer kind of any questions or kind of expand on anything. But I guess for us, kind of we believe that the success of our program comes down to the relationships we have with our students, our community, and the whānau around us.
We're open, honest and approachable. There's no barrier that can't be overcome as far as we're concerned. Where there is a will, there is definitely a way.
And for us too, a lot of our students will forever be in our community, so we want to do our best to inspire them to take on challenges and to be the best contributing members of our community. Our relationship continues beyond the college gate, and all our present and past students know we're only a phone call away or a text.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kim and Shay. And like I've said, it's really difficult to ensure Gateway doesn't become a dumping ground, because a lot of schools see it as a place to put students that maybe aren't engaged. And we're happy to work with those students. Sometimes Gateway is not necessarily the right program for them, and that they often have to earn their place because we value those relationships with our employers. But we also have to have that balancing act where we make sure that it's a really inclusive program. And so it's interesting to hear around how they, and I'm sure some of you that entered that breakout room can talk a little bit more about how they achieve that. I think tasters are great ideas, and as we said before, because it gives both parties an out if it's not working. And it's also fantastic to see how much amazing community support they get. And with driver's licensing, so we know that within the budget there has been a large number of funds being made available for driver licensing. We just don't know what that looks like yet, but we are hoping that within the school sector that is supporting us to be able to support students to get their licenses, so that no longer is transport a barrier for them to get to work. Our next presenter is John Shishka from our Tawhiti Discovery School in Christchurch. John has been coordinating the Gateway program for only 2 years, but we wanted to have someone who's only been in the space for a short time to share his experience to date and look at the program that he has delivered. I think when you go into the breakout room, well, John was with a whole lot of Canterbury people, so whether or not you see them too, I'll wait and see. But over to John.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm John Shishka, and I am the Gateway Coordinator at Tawhiti Unlimited Discovery School in Central Christchurch. We are a state school, but we have a special character, which is self-directed learning right from the get-go. When students come to the school age when they are in first year, in year one, they are involved in self-directed learning, and I am involved in the senior part of the school, and we have year 11, 12 and 13 kids that are involved in Gateway. And so I'm going to talk a bit about what we do in Gateway at our Tawhiti. So some of the challenges and opportunities. One of the big things is balancing revenue and expenses. So as you know, we get the revenue coming in from the Tertiary Education Commission every month, and that regular amount comes in through the year, but our expenses are very heavily weighted at the beginning of the year when lots of kids are coming along and wanting to get involved in Gateway, and so we have to spend a lot of money at the beginning of the year, and then there is a bit of a downturn in the spending, and then probably about the middle of the year or towards the end of the year there's another big uptick when students want to get credits or find out about what they can do in the coming years as far as work experience go. And so this is the kind of one of the challenges that we have in Gateway, is balancing that. But one of the advantages at Altaviti is that my salary is entirely paid by the regular teacher fund. None of it comes from the Gateway Fund. So all our Gateway funds, and this comes directly from the principal and the Board of Trustees, all of the Gateway funds goes into Gateway experiences for the students. So that helps in that, and that's a particular feature of our school. One of the other points that is quite important in Gateway at our school is finding work placement hosts. This is a big challenge, I think, for all Gateway coordinators, and I'm building on the great work of my predecessor, Robin, who was the Gateway coordinator, in building up and maintaining networks of employers, host organisations that are willing to host our students for work experience. But I make it clear to all the students that are involved in Gateway that it's up to them to maintain our networks. We get it is on them to present a good image of our school and their reliability, their initiative, their asking questions, they're showing that they are good Gateway students, gives a good impression, and the employers, the host organisations, are willing to host our students again. So that's quite important. We also have, as quite a reasonably high parent involvement in our school, the community involvement in the school, and that means that we have a number of parents that are willing, through their businesses, their organisations they work for, to host our Gateway students, and I think that's quite important to have community involvement. Okay, another feature is getting started. One of the big challenges is getting started, getting the students started. Always have them along for a chat, an appointment to start off with. They're interested in Gateway. Okay, so what do they want to do? What are their motivations? Do they know about all the commitments that they're making in doing this? And I have that interview. When I'm determined that they are, then the first thing I get them to do is a first aid course, which is really useful to have on their CV. It also gives them credits, and it also gives them an experience of going along for a one-day training course. We have that in a workplace first aid course provider, so that they get to be on the first aid course with people from workplaces, from building companies, or from nursing homes, or from all manner of different workplaces, and so they're having the work experience right from the beginning. Then we take them along for an interview. I find a host company that's willing to have them for a work experience, but the first thing is to have an interview. I tell the students that it is like a job interview, and for many of the students this is the first experience they have of having a job interview, but very important, it's all part of the learning experience, and they prepare a CV that they can give to the employer. I send to the employer before the interview, so the employer can see a little bit about them, and the students have got to, part of the whole learning experience is them selling themselves, of them articulating what it is that they want to do, why they want to do it, the experience that they've had. And if they don't have a lot, so I don't have a lot to put on it, well, you find out what they have done in the way of any part-time work, but also they've got a first aid course to put on there, and it shows the employer that their motivations. Okay, so one of the other things that I want to make clear that I think is important about Gateway is that it's useful for many different kinds of students. It is important for students that haven't succeeded academically, that maybe aren't going to get excellences or merits in many of their subjects that they're studying, but it gives them a glimpse into the workplace. It's all about, they talk about where they're going to go, what are they going to do, building on the self-directed learning that they have had. We have a number of students that come to our school that haven't succeeded in other schools, that have been put into the bottom class, or have been told that they are not successful and that kind of thing. So you have to, we have to deal with the students as they come. But one of the big things I think is to give them an idea that they can be successful, and it's about finding out what they are able to do. And so it is important for those kids to see also the relevancy of numeracy and literacy. As a maths teacher, and that's what I do when I'm not being the Gateway coordinator, I teach maths class. I think it's really good for when I get an employer, say a plumber or an electrician or a mechanic or a builder or a nursing home manager, say to the kid in the interview, say to the student in the interview, what about your maths? Have you got, how is your numeracy coming along? It shows them that it is important. It shows the student the importance of the stuff they're learning at school. And there's this crossover, and we see it many times, that the students are gaining from the work experience that they're being told by people, not just teachers at school, oh, you've got to do this because it'll be important for future, but they can see that learning the volume of a cylinder, that learning to do area measurements, that learning to do all kinds of different numeracy and literacy skills are important in the workplace, and it increases the motivation. So there's a crossover there. Also important, I think, is develop customer service skills and have that whole experience in the workplace of dealing with customers, whatever they're going to do in the future, the customer service skills. And I think the service IQ, red shirts, blue shirts, countdown seats, those kind of things are really, really good skills for the students to learn. And a number of students that come along in year 11 and they haven't got an idea yet firmly what they want to do, I say, well, how about customer service skills? I think those service IQ skill, training courses are really useful no matter what they're going to do. It's also really important for them in the work experience is for them to start their own networking, for them, if they're interested in becoming a builder, to talk to other builders, find out about what builders do and how all the different builders on their worksite have got to where they are. No matter what they're going to do, there's interesting things for them to learn from other people there. There's a whole lot of different learning skills that they can get from this. All students can find out more about the work that they may be doing, and this is where I see Gateway as being useful, not just to the kids that aren't academically very able, but also to the academically able kids. They want to find out what it's like to be a lawyer or an engineer or an architect or whatever. And so, for example, you know, I can sometimes get work experiences as an architect, and we do have students going to do architect work schools, but I had a student recently who wants to be an orthopedic surgeon. She's very interested in bones, but of course it's very difficult to find an orthopedic surgeon. She couldn't be you know, who would have a full work experience. But I did, after some hunting down, find an orthopedic surgeon who was willing to sit down for her with no charge, but who would sit down with her for an hour and answer her questions about an orthopedic surgeon and what it is, and for him to tell her what an orthopedic surgeon was about. So we have kids who are academically able, who are, you know, a whole range of kids with a whole lot of different learning styles and skills and previous experiences about education, who I think benefit greatly from the holistic view of Gateway. And so they gain credits, yes they do, but they also gain lots of work experience, and sometimes it's you know, just finding out about what it's like to turn up at 8 o'clock every morning to a mechanics workshop is a real learning experience.
Thank you, John. I'm just going to put my thoughts out there for some of the schools. We've just had a message that there's a number of schools in lockdown with some of the threats that are going around, and I was oblivious to some of that happening yesterday. So if you are able to hear us and just let us know that our thoughts are with you. In relation to John's presentation, I think it's fantastic that his school values Gateway and has funded that position and has allowed the Gateway funding to be spent on the students, which it is designed for. And, you know, like the one benefit, I suppose, of this conference is having some of these presentations recorded that we can possibly show some of the people in our leadership teams around how schools do it a little bit differently. Earlier today in Rachel's presentation from Business New Zealand, we heard how important being work ready is again today. Cherie Perot from Kingsley College in Orewa had the opportunity last year to attend a youth and employability training day with Comet Auckland. She's now embedded the resources from the YEP program into her Gateway program and is working alongside them to develop their employability skills. So this is a similar presentation to what we had in CATE last year, but I thought that it was really valuable to show this again, and you will have the opportunity to meet Cherie in the breakout room. So over to Cherie.
Kia ora, I'm Cherie Perot. Today I will be briefly presenting about why and how I employed the Youth Employability Program and the positive outcomes for our students. Well, firstly, why as a school did we decide to implement YEP? Well, at a national and international level, we are told that there is a greater demand for soft skills as well as qualifications. Well, I prefer to use the phrase essential skills, as soft says, well, it's not so essential. And recently I loved the term from Canada, your superpower skills. Secondly, research and employers are telling us that there's a disconnect and a gap between school and, well, the world of work. One of my students quoted in his reflection about the program, YEP helps build the gap for me between school and the world of work. In regards to employers' needs, employability skills are the skills, qualities and attitudes that employers say are essential for their workplace. YEP provides us opportunities for our youth to learn and develop these essential employability skills while at school. In fact, before I heard about YEP, I had been looking for something like this and pulling together bits and pieces about skills. So when I saw this holistic framework of the employability skills, boy, it was pretty exciting to see something all ready and ready to go. So what students gain from doing YEP? Well, this is a beautiful photo of my Gateway class. Not all of my Gateway class, due to lockdown, not all of our students chose to complete the program, which I'll talk about further. But what our students gained was firstly knowing who they are, their tūranga waiwai. They gained self-worth and confidence. They were able to have hope and plan and know how to live a healthy lifestyle. They were able to build emotional intelligence and emotional literacy, empathy, and how to have healthy relationships. Through real life challenge scenarios that YEP provided, they were able to learn strategies to manage stress and anxiety. And most importantly, what I saw was self-efficacy and agency. Through the reflective process, they were able to gain ownership of self and knowing who they are. So how did we do YEP? How did we start implementing it? First of all, I met with our executive leadership team, gaining their buy-in and seeing the relevance and need for our young people. Secondly, I attended the training in the YEP program to understand the philosophy and pedagogy behind it and how it was to be effectively implemented as well as work through the program. The space within our curriculum where we could implement it was Gateway, and presenting it to our students of why we were doing that for their buy-in was crucial. The space within our Gateway timetable, we slotted it into a double period, and it was meant to be in a double period over a term, but then lockdown came. And the incredible thing about YEP is the online resources that we had access to. And once we returned to school, then those who opted were able to complete it. And what really spoke to me about how effective this program is that despite pressure of some of our students still needing to complete the NCA assessments and preparing for external exams, they chose to come back and complete and invest in this program because they could see how much it was investing into them as young people. And I think when students choose to do something without NCA credits, it shows that this is worthwhile and how powerful this program is and has been for our students. So what our students loved about YEP was the real role plays, the real life scenarios and challenges. And the YEP program was broken down into two parts in each of the modules. With the 7 employability skills, there would be units of activities based about self first and in their own life and situations, and then activities taking them and transporting them over that bridge into the world of work. And those real life work scenarios that they will able to engage with practical activities, brought about lively discussions, group work, a real dynamic environment and investment for our students, where they were able to develop knowledge about self and becoming bold in who they are. And yes, they loved getting their certificate of learning as well. Awesome for their CVs and for employers to see that they have these essential skills to be employable, not only to be employable, but to be able to maintain their work and work for them effectively. Some of the students' feedback that we got, I've just included some of their quotes. YEP has helped me to develop the skills and strategies that I need to successfully enter the world of work. Having these skills has given me the confidence to take responsibility for my future. Understanding the expectations of work and preparing for life without the structure of school stood out for another student, that she said that without the safety and the regularity in terms of an everyday routine, she was now confident without that structure of school of how to navigate it beyond school. And the final quote, YEP has helped me realise where I am in terms of essential skills, the ones that are strong and the ones that need to still be worked on. So finally, thank you for your time. One of our students also said, I recommend YEP to anyone who is unsure about the world of work, as it will show you what to expect, important skills, and build for your confidence. So not only do I see it essential for our Gateway students, but I actually see it essential for all our young people. And for next year, for 2022, we're looking at implementing it not only in Gateway, but in our wider learning program where more of our students can access it. Thank you.
I absolutely agree with Sri that we need to communicate that to students that not everything is for a credit, and that the world outside school doesn't work like that, that skills are such an important part. And they need to really understand what is meant by words such as resilience, self-management, and then have the confidence to be able to signal those to employers. It also highlights there are many different initiatives already out there, that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, that what we need is funding and access to these courses, and being able to work together to ensure that we, again, offer them to students so that we support them in those transitions. The Wilsford Student Management System was developed for Gateway coordinators by Gateway coordinators in 2007 and 8. Alongside Rory Butler. The package that has been made available to schools over the years is designed to make it easier for you as Gateway coordinators to manage Gateway courses, students' achievement, and also the Ministry or the TSC Tertiary Education Commission returns. Rory will now take us through how the Wilsford program works.
Welcome everybody to this demonstration of Wilsford Software's Gateway Management Package. We'll go in through the desktop shortcut, entry code and password, which takes you to the main screen. The package is student-based, of course, so let's go into Students. This brings up the main student screen. On the left is a blue student selector, and we're clicking on that shows that those students who are currently taking Gateway. We'll click on our first student and we can see the student's information. If we wish to add a new student, then this is also done through the student selector. If you're using KMAR, then you click on the KMAR button. If you're using Muzak, it will be the Muzak button. Clicking on that lists all the students currently in KMAR, and let's select a particular student, let's say Matthew. And Matthew's information is brought through from KMAR. But let's go back to Gateway and to the first student. This shows the student's placements and courses. He's taking one placement and 2 courses. Across the top we have a number of tabs, and let's go to the placements tab, and we can select that particular placement and see all of its information. The contact details. In this area we can display the costs associated with this placement, any transport details, outcome and withdrawn details, any notes, any comments, and TEC report information. Many schools don't use the costs sections, but others do choose to keep a full track of the students' costs associated with each placement and their courses. Down the bottom are the standards attached to this placement and their results. Having a look at the second tab for courses, the student is taking 2 courses, this one, and once again selecting a particular course, its details come up, the costs and the standards and any other assessments taken by the student for this course. Now, to add a new placement, you simply click on the Add a New Placement button and add it. To add a new course, you select from your list of courses, and we'll come back to that list of courses shortly. The Achievements tab summarizes the student's achievements. The Costs summarizes their costs. Pathways shows the various pathways attached to these standards and the overall resulting chart. There is an explanation view, which you can see, which explains how that chart works. We have a tab for any notes and loaned items, contacts and medical details. If you wish to send them an email, just click on the email button and that will take you through to your email client. We can add a new student manually if you're not using KMAR or Muzak. We can delete a student. We can do a quick search for a student. Let's say I want a student whose surname is Thomas. Search for a student, TH, and there's Rowena. Click on her and there's her information. Right, let's look briefly at configuration, where we can set up the users of the package. We can look at our SMS package links. We're using KMAR. You could use Muzak's The Edge or the old Classroom Manager, or neither of these. Default settings relate to your school's MOE number, unit standards, gateway program number, various other basic details, photographs, links, internal emails. You can click on email settings to set up default global email settings for global emails to students. Under the pop-ups button, you can edit your courses, your employers, your employer categories, your providers, assessors, doctors, emergency relationships, and any transport details. Some schools do manage their income and expenditure of Gateway through this area. These are the income details which you can enter in, overhead expenditures under the various categories. Click in an area and the summary will pop up and you can add or alter existing entries. Student expenditure, bulk transport costs for example, and an income and expenditure summary. This will summarize the income and expenditure. Okay, moving on to printing facilities. Large number of pre-designed lists and documents. Individual student forms, placement and course summaries, cost summaries, achievement summaries. For example, a placement course summary for that particular student, you can multiple select, generate the document, and there it is. And you can scan through it and print it and save it as a PDF file, email it as a PDF file. Pre-designed lists, there are a large number of them, and if you click on each one, as you click on each one, you get an example of what it will look like down at the bottom of the screen. There's a large list of possible lists. The old TEC return, you'll recognize that. Document design, you can design your own documents using this area, and then you can print these documents. So for example, if we do a learning sample plan for this student, generate the document. User-defined lists, you can make up your own lists. So if we start a new list, as an example, this list will be student-based, and we'll put in the family name and their year, their postcode, their driver's license, and total costs. And now we'll generate that list, and there's an example of a list. Full cost analysis. There's an example of the full cost analysis. There's not a lot of information in there. The 3-month student outcome is also there, as are vocational pathways, and you can email documents. Under utilities, you have an end of year process which generates an empty database for the following year. You can send emails, you can make a backup of your database, you can export data. The standards are released, the latest file of standards is released by NZQA each month, and this process will automatically bring those standards into the package. KMAR provides an export facility, as does MUSAC, which generates a file of student information. And once that is brought in to the folder for the package, you can then update students' details and their results. An audit trail is maintained of who has done what. You can do a search for particular employers over particular years, compact and repair the database. At the bottom of the utilities are 2 very important buttons relating to the TEC exports. Let's demonstrate the first one, the placements export. We'll go in and prepare the student's data, and this will list any errors found, which you can then print if you wish to prior to repairing them. But regardless of that, we're now ready to paste into the spreadsheet. So returning to our desktop, we'll open the Gateway spreadsheet, go to the Report tab, and right-click and paste, and there's all the information all ready to go to TEC, completely filled in. Save it and send it. A similar process works for the results export. The package comes with 40 little training videos, which are on YouTube, and these will demonstrate the various aspects of the package. A button here shows you the average credits taken by students. You can move to a different year. You will notice that for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm using year 2016. And you can also visit the website and download the latest updates. Well, that's a very brief overview of our Gateway package. For more information, you can visit our website, www.worsfoldsoftware.co.nz, for prices and availability. Any help and assistance is provided using TeamViewer, which enables me to come onto your machine and make any minor adjustments that might be necessary. I can also do on-site training and offer other assistance by that way. Please don't hesitate to contact me if you have any further questions.
Thank you very much, Rory. There are a number of people out there who probably develop their own systems, and we've seen that with Marion and Roncalli and some of the other schools. But for many of us, especially as we're starting, this can be a lifesaver. So if you want to learn more about John's system, about that Worsford software, join his breakout room, which will start shortly after our final presentation. So I know it's been a big ask to listening to these, but last, but by no means least, is Dawn Hill from Wellington College. You know, when we first started as Gateway coordinators, we all grapple with that TEC workspace, and even though we've given feedback, I think there are still people that are grappling with that. So Dawn has been working in Gateway for many years, and she will navigate you through how to enter the data results and submit reports to TEC.
Hello, I'm going to hopefully just help those people that have never done so before look at the TEC website. So to find it, to go into your workspace, you know to go to TEC first, go towards the bottom, and there you'll find Workspace 2. Click on there, and it will take you to your login. Now, obviously, you'll need an ESL, so that would be your first step. Once you log in, it will then take you to your workspace. Really, the only thing you're interested in this area is your documents. These are the documents that you'll get from TC. There'll be the actuals that you need to fill in twice a year, and any letters that you have from TC. You'll need to do 2 lots of actuals each year. One of them towards the end of term 2, which is where you're putting in your students' employment, and then the unit standards actuals towards the end of the year. So to do this, the actuals would be, well, if you haven't done them already, you would click on the one you want and download it. When you go into this, it will give you lots of areas. The first one to note is the notes. That really explains everything, probably better than I can, as to what you should be filling in and the things that you must take care to do. One of the big ones, the placement start date. So it mustn't be a future date. So say, for instance, your student was starting work in August, then you wouldn't be able to put it in to your first actuals one. You also can't put in an end date that's not a future date. So say, for instance, your student started in January or February and they weren't going to finish until October, then you cannot put in the future date, only their start date. Gives you the rest of the options here, and then you get to the report itself. So what you're looking at is putting in the student number. You might be able to do this from a database that you've got, such as Worsfold, which just copies it all into you, or you may have to put it in yourselves. You'll put out where they're working. You have their industry type, which is a drop-down box that you can fill in. Their start date, as again, it must be before this actuals is due to be entered. And then their end date. If their end date is later, as I said, you leave it blank. Date of birth, the city, the gender, ethnicity, again, a drop-down box. And then you carry on across to the vocational pathway, again, another drop-down box, and the outcomes, which is normally just that they're at school doing Gateway because it's your first entry. From there, you will save that, obviously. Oops, no, I shouldn't say that. You will then go to your attestation, which is at the end. You will fill in the names and the details, save it onto your desktop, is what I normally do, and then close it. Once you're in your desktop, you will then go back to the website and upload the document. So you click on that, you would choose the file, and then you would upload it. Once you've done that, it will show up here, and it'll have like a little exclamation mark here, and you click on that, and then that will mean that you are going to submit it. It takes a few seconds if you've done something wrong, and I'll go into that in a few moments. Okay, so if you are putting it in and you've made a mistake, then it will come back with an error document. I've got one of these to show you. So what happens is it comes back and says that you've done something wrong. So in this case, what I did was make sure that I put in the start date cases, highlighted in pink, because that's how it comes back from TC. It shows you that I've done that incorrectly because I put their start date after this actuals form needed to be submitted. So that's why it's come back saying that. And if you scroll along, it will give you that explanation. So it's very easy to see if you've made any slight hiccups easy enough to do. Then you just go back to those particular areas, change what you've done wrong, save it, and then you would, once again, resubmit it. Same thing again, upload the document, and when once it's there, you click that little exclamation mark here, and then it will submit. As soon as you come up with submitted, that means it's gone through and everything's fine. When you do the standards, unit standards later on in the year, it's exactly the same thing. So I'll just show you that again so that you can see that. So when you're doing that one, all that you really need to do is fill in student's number, start date, the unit standard number they did, and again that drop down box. And that works exactly the same way, as you'll see they're all there. And again, you fill it out, you do the attestation at the end, save it onto your desktop, and then once again upload it into the database. So that should be the very basics of it. You don't really need much more than that. It's fairly easy to navigate. You'll find your letters here from TEC, anything like that in this area. So if that's not clear enough, or if you want to ask any more questions, which hopefully I can answer for you, you can go into the breakout room and I can talk to you there. Okay, thank you.
I'm sure that will be incredibly helpful, especially for those that are about to submit their reports or have had concerns about whether or not a reassurance maybe for some of those that are about to submit those. It's now time for you to choose your breakout rooms. Each of the presentations you have heard of will be for each of the presenters will be facilitating a breakout room and will be there to answer your questions. It's also a time to connect with other Gateway coordinators and teachers and maybe an opportunity to network as well and share practice. Here's how to do this. We've allowed participants to self-select and join breakout rooms of their choosing. Participants will be able to view and select from a list of breakdown rooms, which should be at the bottom of your screen in the More section under breakout rooms. Please note, if you're not able to do this, that we will help you once we've got people into breakout rooms. And also too, that you'll be able to enter and leave those breakout rooms. So if you wanted to have a look at a couple, then you're able to do that. So just reiterating that, click breakout rooms in the meeting controls down below. The display will give you a list of all of the different presentations that you've just listened to. Hover your pointer over the number to the right of the breakout room you wish to join, click join, and then confirm by clicking join. If you can, as I said, if you cannot self-select, then we can assist you to do that. We'll come back after 30 minutes, which around about 30 minutes, which will be 1:20. I'm an hour behind at 2:20, and then we will move into the panel discussion. Kirsten's still on Slido, so if you've got some questions that come to mind as you are in the breakout rooms or preparing for the panel, pop those questions through and I will ask the panel as we move into that section. So I hope you enjoy the breakout rooms, and Britta, myself and Ethan will help organise those that aren't able to, because if you're doing it from a phone or a laptop, you may not be able to see that select breakout rooms. So we're just about to, we'll go into the breakout rooms now.
Hi, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Dawn Hall here again. I'm supposed to be having a breakout room.
Yep.
I'm on my laptop and there is no... Oh,
just sent it through now,
coming
so
up.
should
Don't
be
panic.
on the pop-up thing now.
Okay, it's fine. It wasn't there, but now it is. Thank you.
Okay.
If there are people out there that aren't, you can see that Ethan's on the, even though you probably can't see him, he's there, he's our tech support. So if you aren't able to get into the breakout room of choice, please unmute and let us know.
Hi Ethan, it's Anne Taylor here at Aotea College. I also can't get into the breakout room.
Sorry, what was that, Anne? You can't see the breakout room?
No, I can't.
Which
I'm
one
on
do
my
you go to?
I'm hoping
I made it like from
Neither can I.
No, neither can I.
Okay, let's just...
It did come up on my screen though, and I went to push it and then it just disappeared, but nothing came up for the breakout room.
Oh, okay. If you could just put in the chat where you want to go, then I can assign you there. I just don't know who's talking to me at the moment, so if you just put in the chat where you want to go, and I can make sure that happens.
So people, yeah, put your names in and the room you want to go in, and we'll work towards, solving that problem for you.
Sorry, but we had to evacuate because we had one of those fire those alarms in our school, so I have missed out quite a few of them. I just would like to, is there a list of breakout rooms that I can see, because I've missed a lot of the presentations?
Yeah, sorry to hear about that. It sounds like chaos around New Zealand at the moment.
Yes.
If you're just doing it on a normal laptop and on a regular Zoom, it should be down the bottom when you click more. There should be breakout rooms that you can select. Otherwise, just pop into the chat which one you would like to, have you got a program in front of you? Which one you might like to go into, and then we'll pop you in manually.
Thanks for that.
Hi Lee, Margaret Beagley here. Sorry, I can't get into the breakout room. My internet's been terrible today. I've been cutting in and out, so whether that's an issue.
Okay, Margaret, if you could just pop into the chat which one you would like to go, then Ethan Britta will admit you to that room.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Margaret.
Those that are still unassigned, if you just put in the chat where you want to go, or if you do have the breakout window in front of you, just scroll down. It's quite a long page, because and then you can choose which one you want to go to. just that notice again, if you need assistance getting moved to a breakout room, if you're struggling with it, if you could just use the chat function to tell me what breakout room, I'll let you know. I'll repost what the different breakout rooms are. If you can't find that. If you can see the breakout room tab, just scroll down and click join on the one that you want. Just another PSA, if you need assistance getting into a breakout room and you can't find the tab and choose it yourself, use the chat function to put in the breakout room that you want to be in. Alternatively, if you can't find the chat function, put your hand up, and as a last resort, unmute yourself and ask me specifically. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the presenters and being available to facilitate those breakout rooms. And just to the ones that I managed to pop in, I could see some really good discussion going on. And, you know, if you decide that this is something that you would like to have again, we're certainly doing a lot of learning from this around what works, what does, you know, what possibly could be changed. And so when we send out all the details next week, we'll put an evaluation form in there to hear your feedback and around what you would like to see in the future. We're moving on to the panel discussion now, and we've got three very experienced career coordinators that are have agreed to be part of our panel this afternoon. So I hope you take this time to get some of those unanswered questions, maybe to you know, to think about some of the things that you've been struggling with or ideas of practice. So Slido's open at the moment, and as is the chat, if you want to put some of those questions forward. Just to introduce these women. First is Jane Thomas. So Jane is the Gateway Coordinator and Head of Career Pathways at Morrinsville College. She was also the President of CATE from 2014 and 2016, and currently sits on the MOE Pathway Advisory Panel, representing us and trying to embed those pathways into the new NCA. Morrinsville College has run the Gateway program since 2006, alongside coordinating the placements. Jane teaches 2 classes of Gateway students, and Morrinsville College is a rural year 9 to 13 co-educational high school with 700 students, and is offering the program to year 12 and 13 students. Next we have, so Jane, if you give everyone a wave, because I don't know if your names are actually on there, so thank you. So next is Wendy. Wendy is the Careers Coordinator for Wellington Girls College, which is an inner city school with approximately 1,400 students. She's over 10 years experience working with the Gateway program. This Gateway program was born from the need and interest of students wanting to gain various skills in the retail sector. Still, it was not covered or offered as part of their retail placement in an actual, oh, sorry, I've just, haven't scrolled over, but also alongside that wasn't offered as part of the retail placement. She, as part of the Gateway program, Wendy also runs a successful Mother's Day gift pop-up shop where students work on a project from February to May and gain 21 credits. Students are involved in the shop theme and design, which changes each year, contacting wholesalers, deciding what products to buy, marketing and customer service skills, which sounds like an amazing initiative. Next up, we have Carolyn. Carolyn Lewin is the Future Pathways Advisor at Onslow College. She set up the Gateway program at the college in 2007 with 25 students. That year, the program opened, that was the first year that we opened to secondary schools in decile 6 to 10. Prior to that, it was for lower decile schools. Onslow currently has 41 funded places. Carolyn works with young people to offer opportunities to all senior students across vocational pathways and transition space, including those that are exploring career options through their participation in Gateway and Trades Academy programs. Carolyn is especially interested in the development of integrated Gateway program model comprising of proactive support from industry sector, a network of youth-friendly employers, participating and work-ready students completing a relevant micro-credential qualification and feeding directly into an apprenticeship. So thank you very much, ladies, for being here this afternoon. We might start with that, Carolyn, if we can. If you could tell us a little bit more about the integrated Gateway program model that you have mentioned. Could you you're just on mute at the moment.
Wrong. So I guess I've seen with the issues around skill shortages and our youth specifically looking to get into areas, especially apprenticeships, there seems to be still this gap. I think Tia alluded to that, where she was saying the number of students wanting to get, a lot of students wanting to get into the tech sector, and the tech sector crying out for workers, but there's still not that connection happening, and Gateway being that really smart conduit for that to happen. So I think what I see as the integrated model is where you have a really good, clear support from industry. So it might be an industry association like ETCO or Masterlink, and they have a body of supportive employers, and we have screened or selected a group of students in the particular industry sector. So that's the school, the student are part of that same cohort, and also as part of that, there's a micro-credential. So it's almost like a pentagon shape, not too dissimilar from the Gateway logo, the whānau, and so you could mix those, you could change those, what the walls of the whānau maybe looked like, but in the centre you have what a clear outcome is that you are all looking towards. And so where a micro-credential is brilliant is that they need to be between 4 and 40 credits, or 5 and 40 credits. So for Gateway, ideally they'd be something like 5 or 10. The employer understands it because they've been, or the industry understands it because they've been involved in the development. The employer understands it's meaningful to them. The student gains that particular qualification which covers off part of the apprenticeship, it counts towards it. And so, and even if they don't go on into that particular industry, they've still got a qualification. So to me, it's all part of moving Gateway forward in a really relevant way to meet our future and where we're at in the moment.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, that really pretty much condenses what we were talking about prior. So yeah, as I say, I think it's time that we can have a look and hopefully review what that might look like, you know, what Gateway might look like in the future. I just wondered if, you know, what we want, what I think a lot of people don't hear about a lot is the success stories that we have in Gateway. They like, and we need to think about how we communicate that better as schools. And I know that some of you have got amazing websites and videos, and to be able to showcase that. But I just wondered if we could go through, maybe starting with you, Jane, around what your favourite Gateway success story is.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. So I probably don't have a specific success story, although my first Prime Minister's Vocational Excellence Award student was one of those, because he followed into Gateway after being a Trades Academy student, got an amazing work placement as a mechanic in one of our Morrinsville garages, and he has just he actually came to see me a couple of months ago, sorry, to say that he had finished his apprenticeship after a year and a half, so well in advance of everyone else, according to his MITO coordinator. And that was primarily because of all the work that he'd done in Gateway, and also through Trades Academy. So that was probably my top success story, I guess. The other really neat thing that at the moment is because I've been doing it for so long, is that a lot of my former Gateway students are now my Gateway employers. So I actually saw one of them yesterday, actually, in our farm cottage next door, which is being renovated, and so he is now, so this employer, which was a student, is now going to take on one of my current students as an apprentice at the end of the year. So yeah, those are fabulous stories.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I was in Wellington not so long ago, and one of my older students saw me and ran up to me and showed me the building that he'd been scaffolding, where he'd been abseiling down because he was a scaffolder, and I was so excited. And if I went and told the staff about him, it was one of those ones we were talking about before around, he was one of the naughtiest boys in our school. And, but he's, you know, all that adrenaline and all that stuff that he needed to get out was from hanging from buildings, and he's in a happy place at the moment. So Wendy, what about you?
For us, we've had over the last 3 years, we've had Gateway students who have taken out every year the Vocational Prime Minister's Excellence Award, and we showcase that on our prize giving, and we give it a prestigious placing. So it's just before we announce the runner-up for ducks and ducks. So that in itself is just showing all the students how you can be successful in Gateway. But for me, I just want to backtrack and say, I work with this amazing colleague, Rebecca McGuinness, and one of the things that we talk about often is the successes that aren't really up there and you can't really, you know, show everyone. It's the little things to me that are important. So actually getting a smile from a student who's been in your class for a while and hasn't made eye contact and hasn't been engaged in class, and then finally coming out of their shell. You know, it's taking a student who doesn't talk very much to an interview and thinking, oh my gosh, how's this going to go? And they just blow you away and answer questions and are really engaged in the interview. And it's people that are overcoming adversities and have mental health and health issues. And, you know, it's those little things, just getting to class or even actually being able to go on a Gateway placement. All the little success things that I think are more important than all the big accolades that, you know, sometimes we look for. I don't know how the other Gateway people feel, but I feel it's those little aha moments when a student actually decides, oh my gosh, I can see my self-worth, or actually I can do this, or oh, I'm so proud of myself, I just did this that I haven't been able to do ever.
I absolutely agree, and yeah, we're getting lots through the chat that just said that they so agree with you in that respect. What about you, Carolyn? What are some of your sort of stories that you would like to share?
Yeah, absolutely agree with both Jane and Wendy. And also interesting that both Jane and Wendy have also brought up the Prime Minister's Vocational Achievement Award. I think that's been an amazing initiative and something that's enabled us to recognise and celebrate our students that are in Gateway Trades Academy or both. And as Wendy said, actually celebrate them in a way that in front of other students. So we do the same thing at our celebration of success. So I mean, and the same thing over 16 years, there have been so many students that we could point to as being our successes. They're their own successes. One of the students, I think, would be the vocational recipient of the Vocational Prime Minister's Award last year. And again, I think what Wendy was saying about the struggles and the resilience that's been needed in the last year or two, and he certainly had to cope with that. So he was doing the Level 3 Cookery Trades Academy program, and then of course there was a lockdown, and then that particular student was struggling and really started to disengage from both school, from Trades Academy, and also we had him at a cafe placement, and so all three. And then I think we just did a lot of wraparound, all parties, the pastoral care coordinator at the Trades Academy, Gateway Careers, the employer, and the student, you know, we together with the student, you know, and just lots of encouragement, and he managed to achieve in all areas, and is now running a kitchen really successfully in a cafe with lots of direct eye contact. So yeah, a real success.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? You know, makes our job worthwhile. And I know there's been a lot of chat about how much we get paid, and, you know, especially those that aren't teachers, and, you know, but it's not about, you know, there is one, we do get a lot of that joy as well from seeing some of these people make their way in the world and you know, making an impact on them. I just wondered whether or not you had one sort of piece of advice that you would give to new career gateway coordinators. So if you know, what would that be? So we'll go back to Jane.
Okay, so I am a teacher as well as careers advisor and gateway, in fact, lots of other jobs as well. So I guess my big piece of advice is to be involved in the community, to be involved in the school, and as part of that being really well organised as well. So so for me, being involved in the community, I live in our community. I attend the Business After 5 Chamber of Commerce events once a month. I regularly meet with our employers and have a drink with them in the pub, you know, so see them on the rugby field, all that sort of thing. So that's the really important part of it. And because we operate Gateway as very much a student-centred sort of thing, so we have our students apply to do Gateway, and then so we find the placements that they need, and so, you know, we go and knock on doors, we go and approach the businesses ourselves, and so that's really, really important. So that's the most, I guess, my big piece of advice is being involved and you know, being part of the community and being front and center in your school as well. Yeah, knowing your kids.
What about you, Wendy?
I concur with you, Jane. I think what you said was awesome and I agree with it entirely. One of the things that I can offer new Gateway advisors is that, look, please, when you're working in the classroom or working with an individual, please think outside the box, try new things, and make sure that when you're in the classroom, it's exciting and engaging for the learner. So doing things like plan and engage the activity intended to benefit the community is one of those ones that you can get them into the little groups and they can go out and plan and volunteer somewhere and get credits for it. Be creative when it's like involved in a team doing that standard, is getting them to build something or go to the groundsman and say, hey, is there a job around the school that we need to do? It might be painting a shed, and then getting them to do that standard in relation to doing that activity. And probably another one there that I really like is getting them out into the community and visiting businesses. For one of that active listen unit standard, what we do is we go and visit our local gelato factory here in Wellington, and we talk to and listen to the employer talking about how he got his business, and the staff tell us how they got to where they are in their career pathway. And then we go off and the students learn how to make gelato themselves, and they have to listen to instructions and ask questions. That's one of the standards that the students really enjoy, because it's engaging and they're doing things and it's something different. And that's my piece of advice. Just think outside the box and be creative for your students.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Wendy. And I will ask you to, maybe we'll collaborate together to see if we can put some of the, as a bit of a case study up for other Gateway teachers and coordinators to, if you don't mind, using that kind of model and that approach and identifying something within their own region that they possibly could do something similar. And Carolyn, what do you think?
I would suggest effective networking with both your external stakeholders, so whether they be your tertiary provider contacts, your school liaison, recruitment advisors, and obviously your businesses, but also your internal stakeholders, so your deans and your ACO teachers or your subject teachers, having them alongside and really good communication with them. But I think even most important of all is networking with other Gateway coordinators. You learn so much, so making sure that you go to your Gateway meetings, go visit if you can, or at least do a Teams meeting or a Zoom meeting with perhaps a Gateway coordinator who's been in the role for a while, or a number of Gateway coordinators. I know that when in 2007 we were setting up our Gateway program, and it just was all just a blank sheet of paper in front of us. One of the most important and successful things I think that we did was to go and visit a really experienced Gateway administrator, one of the most in the Wellington region, and that's Anne Taylor at Aotea College. Anne had set up the Gateway program at Aotea College as part of the one of the original pilots for Gateway through TSC. So I learned so much from Anne on that particular visit and continue to do so through the years. But yeah, I think the knowledge is within the sharing with all of us.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you for that. I've got another question here around, and it was brought up, I think, in Esther's presentation around the resistance that we sometimes face when teachers don't want students being out of a workplace. I used to have it always with the art teachers who didn't want, and sometimes it wasn't necessarily about the student, it was more about the results that we do. So how do you manage teacher resistance to students being out in the workplace one day a week? So Jane, we'll go back round if that's okay.
Yep, all good. To be honest, I've never really actually had any resistance from my staff members. We make sure that we communicate with them really well when the student is going out. We are traditional enough that we still try to do the 80 hours. So it's usually one day a week, and it will be in either term 2 or term 3. We sometimes get students out in term 1. So we try to minimize it, I guess, as much as we can. When the students apply to do Gateway at the, so they apply to their Gateway as a subject along with their other subjects. And then at the start of the year, I have them in class with me, but I get them to fill out a profile document so that we know where they, sort of what industries they're interested in. But we also find out about what sports they're going to be involved in, what subjects they're doing. And so we try to minimize the effect that it might have. If they're involved in drama or music and they've got a big production coming up, then we make sure that their workday is not going to interfere with those sorts of things. So we really minimize the disruption as much as we can, and our staff members are aware of that. I guess the other part of it is that all of my staff members are aware of the benefits for Gateway, for the student themselves. And even yesterday, I had one of my quite neurodiverse student have her first day with an early childhood centre yesterday. And we were expecting her to be there for maybe 2 hours max. She lasted the whole day. And absolutely had a fantastic time, and that was because of the wraparound care that we'd given her, but also because the staff, our teaching staff, were aware of the benefits that it was going to give for her, and she proved it to them. So communication is the best way of doing that.
Yeah, well done. So is it a little bit harder in Wendy in a sort of inner city school, which maybe have a more academic focus?
We try and be right from the start. We're very proactive when a student is going out on a placement, is looking at the timetable and making sure we find the best day before we even start. So we're looking for things like double Gateway, or when they've got study periods. Or we're looking at, is a whole day out the best situation for you? Could we do it from a lunchtime, then working later? Or, period 6 might be a study, and that might be the best time for them to go out, or holidays, or the weekends. And saying that, we also making sure that when we're looking at those days, that there's no double periods in subjects that like physics or fashion where they really struggle to catch up, or like a double maths. It depends on the student and what you know, if they're really good at maths, they might be quite willing to, you know, forgo for that period. But other students, it's really important that they keep up with their other curriculum subjects. So our staff know that we work as hard as we can to have less impact for each of the students and in their classes. And if we do have a clash and the employer and the student, it has to be on a day that's not going to suit a teacher, then I always go and talk to them and I just say, hey, look, I know that I have to pull them out of your class. Can we work out a compromise? And sometimes the student will come in and see them on their other study on another day and make up and do one-on-one. So a lot of the staff are really proactive in helping us. And I think that, especially at Wellington Girls, because everyone's trying to make this opportunity work, that everyone's pretty supportive.
Fantastic. Yeah, awesome. So Carolyn, from Onslow College.
I agree with everything that's just been said. Also, having the students share with their teachers when they're in the subjects that they're going to be affected by directly, having that open communication and signalling and sharing with the teacher for us as Gateway coordinators what their pathway plans are, so what their career goals are, and therefore how this actually fits in and aligns with what their goals are, so that it's a holistic part of their program.
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't know if there's many more questions coming in, but I've got a final one for you, which is kind of meant to round up the kind of day. And it's around, you know, Gateway, we've acknowledged it's a really successful program. We've got countless stories that we can tell about how it's been quite life-changing for a number of our young people. If you were TEC, what would you do or change to ensure that the program remains relevant and meets the needs of students going forward? You can start, Jane.
Great.
I don't think I gave you the heads up on that one.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so as far as the credit thing goes with the 20 credits, to be fair, most of my kids get that because they're doing similar to what the previous speakers were talking about with at Ron Kelly and Central Hawke's Bay. Yeah, so my kids have independent programs, but I also start the year off with a health and safety in the workplace course, which all of my Gateway kids do, so that I know that they're going to be safe when they're out at work. So we usually meet the 20 credit thing, but what I would really like TEC to actually put in place is some recognition of the work outcomes that our kids get. So I've already had, so for my 36 Gateway students that I've got this year, and I've actually got more, but that's what I'm funded for, I've already had 10 who have gone off and got jobs, most of them at their placements where we've had them last term, but there is no recognition of that as a really good outcome for the Gateway program. So to me, I've talked to TEC about that till I'm black and blue, to be honest. But yeah, that absolutely needs to be a good outcome from the Gateway program, and it's just not recognised at the moment. So yeah, I don't mind so much about the credit thing, but yeah, that's what I would like to see them introduce, please.
Yes, and I'm just continuing your battles, you know, like, because I mean, that's really, it sort of says it all, doesn't it, how long we've been fighting this battle. And we'll see how we go. But yeah, definitely, I think, you know, it's just ludicrous and there's no sense in it. So hopefully that will come forward. What about you, Wendy? Is there anything else that you can offer?
Yeah, I agree with what Jane said, but and for me, the credit thing, I feel like that's what's the driving factor is for Gateway, and I believe it shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be credit driven. It should be what the student has achieved, and I believe where we should have a space for all the soft skills that that they actually gain, where there's no recognition of it. And again, like what Jane said, is that some of these students are getting part-time jobs, and we've got nowhere to report on that. And I think that that's a huge achievement as well. My other bugbear is the TEC reporting website. I hate it with a passion, and I have reported that to TEC, and I've actually been on the panel with Caroline, would be about a couple of years ago, trying to say that it's more data inputting, it's not user friendly, and hopefully TEC might do something about it.
Yeah, I think that from just sort of since I've been involved in the space, what I think is the problem with TEC is a funding agency. So that is all that they see, and they have measurable outcomes that they can tick very easily. If we introduce things like employability skills and soft skills and things like that, I think that's a little bit out of their sort of way, and that's where I think we have to talk to Ministry of Education more, because if they're going to increase this or include the vocational education award for all students, so we're not just talking about the Prime Minister's Excellence Award, but if they bring in a vocational education award, then how do we, what is that about? Why are we bringing it in, and how are we going to showcase those employability skills? Because I think if you had a record of learning that brought out more about just the fact that you've got 60, 80 credits or whatever it might be, because some people don't get a lot of credits, but they've got a huge other, they are the ones that often have really fantastic employability skills and know how to work. And they're just not recognised in our system today. So just as a last word, Carolyn, is there anything else that you can offer? Because I know you've talked about the micro-credentials, which I think is fantastic. Yeah. And certainly something that I'm happy to take forward if you're happy for me to do that with the people that I'm talking to, because when we're talking about portfolios, that's what it could be made up of, is a selection of different micro-credentials that can build a profile for them going into the workplace.
I think that would be brilliant, and that would be the kind of recognition that we would still be measurable, but also be achievable from the student and easily recognised by both the employer, the business community, and the industry. So, and I think the more that we have the commonality of descriptors, you can, if you start getting whole bunches of, this is a vocational pathways award, and then there's this. So, I mean, I think originally it was 20 credits, wasn't it, that had to be recognised as a vocational pathway award, and I think that's where the 20 credits came in, attached to Gateway. But is it still fit for purpose? I'm not really sure that it is. So, yeah, let's move forward into something that actually is meaningful.
Because at the end of the day, we're serving the students and the employers, aren't we? We're trying to do what works best for them. And, like, again, I might be on my own here, but I've never, ever had an employer who's asked me how many credits has a student got. It's always about the skills and are they work ready? Are they actually going to turn up? And if they do, will they stay? Will they stay off their phone? And all of those sort of things. It's I don't want to undermine, because, qualifications are important. But for many of these students, they're at school to get to their next step, and they want to go into a more hands-on learning environment. So thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate you being here and being with it and supporting the conference today. I'm sure, and I've got lots of really positive things that have come through the chat about how much they've enjoyed the conversation that we've had this afternoon, and thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day. So we're at the end of the conferences at the moment. As a segue from the conference, we've got 2 events coming up that might interest you. Firstly, the TEC transition. There is a TEC transitions webinar. We've got a tentative date for next Wednesday at the 3rd of August at 7 to 8 p.m, but I haven't had that confirmed yet. But I'll send that information out as the minute I get that. They've developed the TEC have developed a transitions report, and they want to communicate that with us. But again, with a lot of the ministry stuff that they do, there's a very short time frame on that. But I will publish those webinar details, and if you're interested, I will put that out early next week with the newsletter and on Facebook and different things to make sure that you get that as soon as that's available to us. It is a very interesting report. I have seen it. When I asked why, you know, why has this come about? It's more for them to have it on, you know, a basis, I suppose, for some of the decisions that they're going to make in the future. Secondly, the next CATE lunch bite, as we talked about before, will be live from the Kaiari workshop in Taranaki on the 12th of August. This bite features Amanda Smith, a career practitioner. She'll talk about the Regional Skills Leadership Group, which is kind of the next layer down from the workforce development groups, and why they've been developed, their focus, and how this impacts those of us that are working in schools. And I think she's a fantastic person to have on one of these teams, because education isn't well represented on a number of these groups in different regions. So thank you again to all the presenters for giving up your time and to be with us today. Thank you to you, especially the members and participation. We've kind of had at least 220, sometimes 230 people on here, so it's been fantastic to see the support, and I really appreciate the time you've taken from what is the busiest term of the year. I hope you've taken something from today that you will add to your wonderful work, and I'm keen to hear your thoughts, and we'll include an evaluation form in the newsletter going out next week. Please indicate if you want this to be an annual event and in what format would work for you best. So ngā mihi and all the best for term 3. And I'll just close with a karakia whakamutu, mutanga. Kua mutu a mātou mahi mō tēnei wā, manaki e tia mai mātou kātou. Ho mātou hoa o mātou whānau, ai o ki te aranga. So thank you again for being with us this afternoon, and I hope you enjoy your evenings. And for some of you, I'll see you in the Waikato, Bay of Plenty and Waireki next week in the Kairahi workshop, and then Canterbury and Taranaki the week after. So looking forward to it. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Lou.